Tonight on a very special episode of episodes. Uh, it's a fucky-thon.
It is. We're gonna do 4 in a row because we waited.
Because there's reasons, and they just are.
It's gonna be like 2.5 hours.
I mean, but you know.
Well, you know what though? We'll take a 40-minute episode and we'll do a 2.5-hour podcast about it anyway.
That is true. This might shake out to be a relatively normal-ish length. No, it'll still be long, but you know, whatever. Who cares how long they are? They're great. That's what matters.
Look, we have a brand. We've been doing this for years. People know what we're about.
Talk about how long it is. Oh, we got this one done pretty fast. Like, who cares? We know what we do. This
People
guy's
know how
name,
we are. People are well aware.
You would hope so, but some people still get confused. There's some people are still like,
Well,
wow.
I mean, there's always somebody new who just discovers you for the first time, and they're like, "Why are these all so long?"
They're so long. What the?
Sorry, it's been 5 years, man.
Yeah, but I feel it's long. Yeah, okay, dude. Okay, listen.
So anyway,
This show's called
the
Falcon
show
and the
is
Winter
called
Soldier. I had to think
Falcon
about it.
and the Winter Soldier. It is not, in fact, called Fucky.
It's not called fucky professionally. Never gonna put.
I wonder if
fucky
there are
on
other parts of
thumbnail.
the internet besides us that call it Fucky.
I haven't seen it, dude.
I
I
haven't
don't know.
either. I think you made that up.
I'm gonna
I think
go
you
with
get
that
to call
narrative.
dibs.
This headcanon is now canon. Subtle. I still am surprised at how many people Sam kills in this sequence.
I mean, it's all in the air.
What does that mean?
What are you gonna do? Not fall to your death?
I mean, there's people that he does kill that seems like, well, I mean, maybe you didn't have to, whatever. But I mean, then again,
It's
these
a
guys
military
are terrorists.
operation, and the military people die.
No. I'm okay with that. Listen, I'm not being like, you should be Batman. Like, no.
Yeah, no, well, Batman and Superman not killing people is an actual thing those characters say they're about in the source material. Most Marvel characters do not have a no-kill
No.
rule. Like,
No.
Spider-Man, I think, might be the only one.
And he's accidentally killed people.
Well,
You know, little
I mean,
manslaughter.
Spider-Man's thing is that he's not perfect. He sometimes fails.
That's true. That's one of the most important things about Peter Parker. In every one of his stories, he has to lose, get the shit kicked out of him before the end. Then he comes back, and then he does.
But generally, he tries real hard not to kill anybody.
He does. He does a good job considering he should be killing a lot more people than he does. Honestly.
Well,
he's
yeah,
crazy
like when you
enough.
can lift 10 tons, I don't know how much holding back works when throwing a punch. Like, you'd have to practice that at least.
Yes, you would. Pulling those punches and shit like that, and I don't. And even then, you just gloss over it. Don't think about it.
I mean, Doc Ock doesn't have powers, and he gets punched in the face all the time.
He punched, kicked, all this shit by the Spider-Man. That shit's gonna. Like,
It was
break
an
a
actual
rib at
thing in the
least.
comics that he got, like, severe brain damage and was dying, and that's why he fucking did all that shit where he put his brain in Peter's body and became the fucking superior Spider-Man.
That costume was sick.
I did like that costume.
This guy's dead. Yeah. More people should die all the time. With people like him. That's not the end of the quote. It's extended. Because of people like, super people. Like, killing the beginning of Age of Ultron, and Thor's punching people. I'm just like, dude, come on. These are just normal dudes.
We're talking over some pretty cool moves
We
here.
are. Okay,
I've
let's
always
do
like
that.
kind of liked
Let's
how
talk about
they
this.
how they work the Falcon's wingsuit into its fighting style.
And they did some of that in the new episode. I'm not going to talk about that one right now because we're not there yet.
Yeah.
He did
But,
this one too. Yeah, I like that a lot. It's good.
I love that they fucking brought Batroc back. And so this helmet, this skydiving helmet Batroc's about to put on, is
Oh,
designed to look like his mask from the comics.
Is it really?
Yeah,
It
it's
just
got...
looks kind of generic to me.
Well, it does, but, like, his mask in the comics is basically like a Wolverine Hawkeye mask. Like, it has the big flaring out, domino part over the eyes.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying, yeah.
And then it's just yellow with 3 stripes on the forehead, so...
I see.
Like, making a skydiving helmet out of that is literally just yellow helmet with 3 stripes on the forehead, but they still did the thing. That's... They, like, deliberately made it yellow with 3 stripes on the forehead.
And, Marvel does that a lot. We appreciate them acknowledging things. The effort was made, you know, like,
yeah, and to be fair, like, it's probably better this way, because his mask is goofy and doesn't really have a point. Like, who's he hiding his identity from? He's a known wanted criminal.
Yeah, we know who you are.
And, like, his gimmick is Batroc the Leaper. He's good at jumping and doing Savate, which is a kicking-based fighting style. What part of that says, like, raccoon-eyed mask?
It's also very French.
What's the flavor of his gimmick that the mask fits? I don't...
I thought he was French.
Like, he's not Batroc the Wolverine.
No, he's not Batroc the Wolverine. Wait a minute.
He's not Batroc the Badger.
Here he goes. Just pull this guy right to his death. Fuck you.
Yeah, that guy's fucking done.
I mean, you know, maybe that wasn't necessary. I don't know. Red Wing's tied, by the way.
But, like, that's the thing, like, some comic book costumes are good, and others are just a costume for the sake of having a costume. And
that's true.
That's when it's okay to, like, do the realistic reimagining.
Fuck that guy.
Which is, like, when comics do it, like the Ultimate Universe.
This is tight.
Nobody complains about it. But they always complain when a movie does it because it's, like, not accurate to the source material, which sometimes there are good reasons to be accurate to the source material, because the source material was good.
Well, yeah.
But I see the MCU as...
This guy!
What if the Ultimate Universe wasn't edgy and stupid? Like, I see it as just another comic book universe, and I like it for that.
You said the Ultimate Universe, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what, yeah.
Because, like, Ultimate was basically trying to be what a movie adaptation would be, except it was written mostly by Mark Millar, who's, you know, everybody has to be, like, an ultra-violent jerk, and there has to be, like, weird politics stuff in all of his writing. Because he's edgy. He's an edgelord. And the MCU is the Ultimate Universe without those bad parts.
Yeah. Yeah.
And all of this is just prelude to say that I really, really like the suit Falcon is wearing right now.
That's
I
what
think
we're
this
gearing
is
up.
the best
I
one
knew it
he's
was
had.
coming. And all that is to say,
yeah.
Look! Shatterstar, dude, that fucking...
Shatterstar is a Rob Liefeld design.
Mm-hmm. He is.
So...
Is that what we're gonna do? We're gonna do like a comic book, a comics costume pop-up video thing? That'd be fun.
I'm just saying, like, you don't need to make fun of Shatterstar. People know. It's inherent.
No, it isn't. Yeah, it is inherent. He's everything. This was sick. I didn't catch before that he closes his wings when he goes through.
Well, yeah, he'd have to, wouldn't he?
Yeah. I just didn't notice it. And Batroc is gonna live to show up another day.
Yeah, Batroc survives.
He'll get his ass kicked again, and this guy's just jumping around. Oh yeah, good job, Falcon!
I am curious why they don't just go to where Batroc is gonna land and catch him.
That's
unless he's got like enough distance in the wingsuit that he can cross that Libya border they were avoiding.
Maybe so. I don't know, like they're glidey things, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. That might be it.
He's about to fucking speak a different language here. And we talked about this on the episode that we never recorded. That whole intro sequence is a lot. Is meant intentionally to mirror the intro to Winter Soldier when he jumped off the thing, goes on the thing to fight Batroc.
Yeah, it's that.
Yeah,
that was Cap fighting Batroc, and
yeah. And
now we're seeing Sam do it.
we had lots of similar things here. Cap fucking broke out a cool language, started speaking, what was it, French in that movie, and then this dude right here is gonna bust out a language we didn't know he had.
Well, I mean, you can assume Captain America knows a bunch of languages because those were the Allies in World War II.
You can't assume, but now we don't have to.
He was doing missions with French guys and British guys and everybody else on the Howling Commandos.
Everybody else.
There was that joke about the Asian guy being from San Francisco. Or somewhere else.
I'm from Fresno, Ace.
Fresno, that's what it was.
This guy. Torres.
This guy, Torres, apparently... in the comics, when Falcon became Captain America just a couple years ago, this Torres guy was the new Falcon. So he's a comics character.
I remember you telling me that on that thing that we didn't record.
Yeah.
That checks out.
Now he had a really shitty, ugly, like orange and green costume.
Ew.
I'm really hoping they don't do that.
That's not a good color combination.
No, there's a reason nobody does orange and green.
Yeah,
like Aquaman does it, and it was a problem for a long time until they figured out how to make the orange more of a gold.
Yeah, that's true. That's what I was gonna say. That's not a good color combination. They should reconsider. Dude, never mind. That's a different thing. Let's talk about this show.
Yeah. Like, why would a Falcon be green, anyway?
Why would a Falcon be green?
That's not what color Falcons are.
They're not, but what are they? Are they, like, white or gray?
They're usually, like, a reddish-brown with some white, I think. Like Sam's costume is red and white.
It is red and white. Boy! This show goes places. Brody. I like Rhodey. You know that?
People... There are a lot of people who are like, I've never liked Don Cheadle as Rhodey. I wish they hadn't lost Terrence Howard. I think...
What? Why? What?
Well, I mean, he's kind of... So if you grew up with, like, the 90s Iron Man cartoon, Rhodey was a pretty big, thick guy.
Okay.
And that lends to the War Machine being the bigger, thicker armor. Okay. And Don Cheadle was already pretty old when they cast him for Iron Man 2, and he's always been kind of like gaunt looking.
Yeah. He's not a physically imposing dude.
No, he's not.
That's kind of the thing with War Machine and Tony, Iron Man. They don't have to be imposing. They're in a metal fucking armor suit.
Yeah, they don't have to be. Yeah. Although, there's a lot about War Machine that they just, like in the cartoon, a huge part of his character arc was that he had claustrophobia, and that made the suit a problem for him.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they never... I don't even know how much that was in the comics. I just know it was a huge subplot in the cartoon.
Oh. That reminds me of Storm's thing.
Yeah, Storm always... that was always her weakness.
Yeah.
If you could collapse a house on top of her, I mean... Really, that would be enough to take anyone out of a fight.
Yeah,
but...
that's bad for a lot of reasons, not just claustrophobia.
But you do it to her, and she freaks out, loses her shit.
No, like... I don't know, I still feel kind of like, why wasn't there a conversation where Rhodey might be Captain America? Would you shut this fuck up?
Well, Rhodey wasn't close to Cap.
No, he wasn't, but...
I mean, if Steve gets to pick his own successor, the only choices are Sam and Bucky.
That's what I meant, though. Like, Sam is turning it in. Didn't want to do it.
Well, so the reason Sam is turning it in is he doesn't believe Captain America should be a mantle. he thinks Steve should be the only Cap, and if Steve's going to retire, then Cap should be retired.
I mean, and that's fair. I don't feel like there is a big need at the beginning of this show for a Captain America. Don Cheadle, here, what's this fucking Rhodey will say otherwise.
Yeah.
Bucky doesn't say that much at all until later. But I don't know. I feel like at the beginning of this thing, he didn't feel like there was something to avenge, or just something that needed a Captain America to like. The people needed that thing.
Well, I think as the show goes on, we get a stronger idea of the state the world is in post blip that we don't have yet at this point in the episode.
I say that specifically at the start of this. It doesn't feel like there's a big need, but boy,
yeah, I think it was the writers felt they had to establish the characters, and then they could go into the state the world is in.
And I mean, like, if Sam is thinking, like, what is the fucking Captain America going to do? Is he going to do the things that we see John Walker doing at the beginning, like going around, doing press, like being a ambassador type thing for the world? That's not what Sam thinks a Captain America should do, or is really even necessary for a Captain America to do. So if that's what he's thinking is all that would be needed of a Captain America, that's what they would have him do. It's not surprising that he wouldn't do it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, well, it goes back to like when the Captain America program started, and all they had was Steve at the beginning of World War II, and they used him for USO show.
Yeah.
Like, he's always been propaganda first,
the man with the plan,
and then an actual soldier second. At least the way the U.S. government sees it.
Yeah, the way they wanted to do it.
Yeah,
but,
like obviously, like. Someone who is Captain America or works with Captain America would probably prefer him to be missions first, and then, like, shaking hands and kissing babies a distant second.
Signing action figures. Man, that guy.
Yeah.
Not to get ahead of ourselves. Boy, this... Bucky, man.
So I imagine people were a little thrown off at first that Bucky's first scene is doing Winter Soldier stuff, but obviously it's a flashback.
Well, you say that.
I mean,
I saw a lot of people that were like, "What are you doing, Bucky? Bucky, what the shit, Bucky? What you
well,
doing?"
it's probably the reaction they want. They're like, "What the fuck? Why is Bucky back to doing it?" And then he wakes up, and it's like, "Oh, I get it."
I mean, like, for me anyway, I'm like, oh, look at that fucking silver arm flashback. But it's okay. Not everybody.
Yeah, his arm design is different. Like, if you're an observant person, you would notice that, but not everybody is that observant.
It's almost black now. His arm thing. His vibranium one.
The main difference is it has gold stripes in it now.
I mean, dude, it's dark. It's really, really dark. This is like old '90s fucking like Jack's arm with the Winter Soldier one, the bright silver one.
Yeah, yeah. It's interesting that Marvel has no problem making a cyborg arm just look like a bunch of stripes for the joints, but Mortal Kombat itself keeps avoiding that. Redesigning Jax's arms all the time.
We don't need to talk about Mortal Kombat. I feel, unless you really want to.
I mean, Bucky's had that arm for we don't know how many decades.
A long time.
It's like Hydra apparently had arm technology that advanced when they gave it to him in the fucking 50s or whatever.
You would assume.
We never seen him with like a more primitive arm doing older missions.
But we never really saw him doing missions either in like the 40s and 50s as Winter Soldier.
I guess not. I mean, we saw brief flashes of Hydra, digging him up when he fell into the river and fucking working on his
Uh,
amputated stump, brainwashing him.
We did, yeah.
There's probably shots of the arm in there, but we don't know like what year that was.
You're probably right. This guy, his therapy's fun.
Yeah, this is not a good therapist.
No, I mean a lot of people have opinions about her.
I mean, I'm tough and I'm blunt and I'm getting right to the point. Yeah, I get it, but you're also not really making him feel any better.
And I don't know. It doesn't really feel like her. Honestly, it doesn't feel like her advice or her opinions are necessarily.
Well, I'm jumping ahead.
Like Bucky.
In the next episode, she's going to use some couples therapy techniques she's doing a session with both Bucky and Sam.
It's really sexy.
That are not really appropriate for the relationship Bucky and Sam have. It kind of makes it worse.
Yeah, it's a thing.
It's just making them uncomfortable. Like, how does that help?
You've got to nurture friendships. I am the only person you have called all week. That is so sad. You're alone.
On the other hand, a tough love style approach might resonate a little better with someone from the 40s. Might feel more natural, but I don't know. I don't think that he's really in her wheelhouse.
I mean, they didn't really have therapists in the 40s. That wasn't like there was a lot of stigma about mental health, and still is. But like therapists didn't get popular until like the 90s, 80s at best. You know, Steve and Bucky both adapted to the modern world very quickly.
Did Bucky?
Well,
I think Cap did it better than. Oh my God! Would you get the fuck out of here? Hang on. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna get rid of this completely.
We're
good.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like if I was from that long ago, and then I saw what the world looks like now. Because I grew up in the world as it is now, and I'm super old-fashioned, and everything is weird and uncomfortable to me.
Yeah, it's,
Like, I'm only in my 30s, and I was here in real time to experience culture change, and I'm still like Abe Simpson going, "It'll happen to you!"
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting other, like, talking point in general, how people in the last 40 years have advanced and had to evolve way faster than any other generation ever in the history of humanity, and it's kind of crazy. And I mean, a lot of people struggle with it because of that. It is asking a lot from humans, but I think that Steve handles it in this type of exaggerated, fictionalized, whatever world thing. Steve did a better job than Bucky did. Which is funny because Bucky seemed to be more like the socially whatever comfortable one before.
Yeah, Bucky was the more outgoing one, and obviously the trauma of the Winter Soldier stuff has hurt that, but we do see parts in the show where he's trying to get back out there and be more like his old self, and it's harder for him than it was for Steve.
It is.
I guess Steve was just always a more open-minded guy, even though he was also more of a shy and
I
don't know if he was a nerd.
I think Steve doesn't have I think Steve, no matter what he's doing, wherever he is, he has the one thing he's got is a solid compass, and he kind of knows what he wants to do and has a purpose about him. He can find it really easily, and that's not something that's necessarily easy to do, and especially as we get more into modern times for anyone. And I think Bucky struggles with that way more than Cap. What is forward? You know, what is freedom? Because that's what she said and whatnot. You're free now, but it's that is almost scarier than not being free. It's shit, what do I do now? I've been a fucking dog for the past, whatever he said, 90 years. I don't know how long. It's like, dude, this guy's cool.
Yeah, so this his Asian neighbor friend here. I think before this episode sort of reveals why Bucky and him are friends, a lot of people I saw online sort of at first thought he was the Asian member of the Howling Commando. But no, you look that guy up, and his last name is Morita, not Nakajima.
Yeah, this is Nakajima. Listen, guys, racist.
Also, I think the last time we watched this, the episode that we didn't upload, you had pointed out that the Morita of the Howling Commandos, his like son or grandson, is the principal of Peter Parker's high school.
Yeah, it's true.
And he has like a picture of him on his shelf in his principal's office. You see in the movies.
And it's the same actor that played him back in Cap 1. It's
the exact same actor?
Yeah, pretty sure it's the exact same actor.
Huh. That I didn't know.
We can double check, but I mean, they even kind of framed it that way in Spider-Man. When you look at it, it's like it did a rack focus type thing, focus on the picture. Like, that's the same motherfucker right there. Okay.
You know, if you're wrong, you're gonna look racist.
Well, that's fair, because I did just call some people racist about Nakajima, so...
Well, look, it's... When a guy is that much older than he was, they would recast him.
Yeah.
Maybe. So that's not racist to assume, like, different actor, obviously, might be playing the older version of the same character.
No, he was poor racist, like, you know... Oh, I see a Japanese guy. He
like
must be this other Japanese guy that we know about.
Like, the issue was, how does Bucky know this Japanese old man?
No, yeah.
And we find out later in the episode why he knows him.
It's like,
but before we find that out, you'd be like, I wonder if he's the other Japanese guy Bucky knew. And
dude, Bucky's been doing shit for, what do you say, 90 years, like whatever? He's met a couple of people along the way.
Well, yeah, but this is his first time. Like, when he first stopped being the Winter Soldier, he was living in Europe. Like, now he has an apartment in New York, or Washington, D.C., wherever it is. I don't...
No,
say?
That was Brooklyn.
That was Brooklyn.
That was Brooklyn. Yeah, I mentioned that on the one that we didn't record, never happened. Right. That it's like, I wonder how he pays for that shit. Because it's expensive. And it doesn't seem like Bucky's working for anyone at this point.
So yeah, I'm just saying, like, I heard a lot of people make the same claim that they thought it was Morita at first too, and it's not.
I thought it was Mephisto. He'll show up eventually.
In something, not this.
Something, sometime. That's what they want you to think, man.
They're gonna do Ghost Rider one day. And to anybody in the comments who's like, they already did Ghost Rider Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Come on, man. Don't bring up Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
No,
just
I
don't
mean...
do it.
Yeah.
Just skip that.
There's a couple of okay things, but like...
We're gonna go past that. We're gonna forget that you had that thought.
It's fine, and I'm... yeah.
But no, they have been talking... Like, there's always a rumor about... you know, Kevin Feige has said multiple times, he's like, I want Keanu Reeves in something, but we don't know what something yet. We're still figuring that out. And then, of course, the rumor is maybe he'll be Moon Knight, and then they cast Oscar Isaac for that. So
I did not fucking know about that until 2 days ago.
Maybe he will be Ghost Rider when they do a Ghost Rider thing, because Keanu likes motorcycles.
He does. We talked about that actually in the Q&A for the last one we did.
Right.
The end of WandaVision. I don't remember what I was going to say. Oh, I didn't know about Oscar Isaac being cast as Moon Knight until a couple days ago. I had no idea about that shit.
Yeah, I saw that announced, I don't know when, but it was a while back.
Apparently, yeah, they announced it in last October.
I think it was when they, it was at the convention where Feige showed off the titles for all the TV shows that are coming.
Was it? Okay.
It was where they announced
Secret Invasion, all that shit.
Secret Invasion and Armor Wars and Ironheart. Yeah.
I like Bucky in this scene.
Wait, how old?
A lot of pictures. It was a lot. Like, ugh, dude.
Stop putting gloves.
My hands are cold. That's why I'm wearing gloves.
I'm like,
How if this had gotten past the first date, how would he have broken the news of the cyborg arm?
I think that
I feel like that's a big roadblock to social situations for this guy.
I don't think that he wanted this to go past the first date. I don't even think he wanted to be at a first date.
Well,
I think that he came here just because of like politeness and whatnot. He brought the flowers. He did the thing. He didn't want to be a total dickhead.
I'm sure he would actually like to, have a life again. It's just hard.
Yeah. I'm sure he would, but I get the vibe that he wants to figure out what a life might be or whatever, like something like he wants to figure out his own bullshit. Because you go from being an assassin for 90 years to being like, but this chick or whatever, whoever chick, and it's like, how is that going to affect them in a bunch of ways? And I don't want to talk about it. No way would he want to talk about it. You want to like, ugh, no. Listen.
I'm just saying, like, at any point where he gets his shit together mentally, it's still hard to date when you have a metal arm.
You're right. No, I'm with you. I think what I like the most about how he does a lot of shit is he lies, and I get the vibe that he can be fine at lying when he wants to be. He's not like Steve.
Well,
he can
one
lie.
of those funny situations where when he tells the truth, that sounds like the lie. Like,
yeah, he does
I
that a
haven't
lot.
danced since 1943. It feels like.
Yeah, but that's kind of the thing. Like, even when he lies, he just sounds like really exhausted.
Yeah,
by everything.
yeah.
He doesn't
How
really
old are
care
you?
to
I'm
make up
100.
a better lie. He's like, well, yeah, I just fucking, I don't even care to make this sound legit. It's a circulation problem, whatever.
So this
Yeah,
is the
big
point
reveal.
where we find out why he's friends with Mr. Nakajima, and it's because that flashback where he had to kill that witness who was shakily trying to put the key in the door. That was Nakajima's son. Womp
and
womp.
we talked about it on what we didn't do, but it's like, what? I don't know how much good that would bring Nakajima at this point.
Yeah, like if he
getting into it.
confessed, that wouldn't make the old man feel better.
I mean, like, he was talking about, like, he just would like to know, because it was so random and there's, like, kind of seems senseless and just for no reason and whatnot. Nakajima said that, but,
Yeah, I don't know how you phrase it though that actually like that's not going to be the catharsis he's looking for, even if he thinks it is.
Okay, now you're really doing more than the most. All right, boys, I love you. Mr. Blue's gonna
Because it was still, I mean, even if he tells him I'm the one who did it, and it happened because I was mind controlled to be an assassin, and he just happened to be a witness, and he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's like the dad already knows it's because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he was just killed for being a witness.
yeah.
It's just going to make him like uncomfortable that, oh, so my son's killer has been hanging out with me and trying to be nice to me.
I agree.
Now I feel like super fucking awkward.
Like, I feel like that admission and whatever is way more beneficial for Bucky than it would be for Nakajima, which is gross. Like,
Yeah, like it's supposed to be part of his therapy to get it off his chest. So it's kind of selfish.
yes. But he doesn't do it. Oh man, okay. We got there's flag smashers in this show.
Yeah, the That one's the That one's not Carly. That one's the guy who I think is, judging from his accent, from New Zealand?
The guy with the cool long hair. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy with the long black hair and the beard. I'm
He
pretty
looks Asian,
sure.
but yeah, he has like a New Zealand or Australian accent, like something like that.
It sounds like Zealand to me, though I'm not an
Probably is.
expert. I think Carly was the one who gave the crowd the masks. I think that was the redhead.
Do we know exactly what they were stealing here? Was this money?
I think they were stealing money from a bank.
Okay.
But it's not super clear.
not.
Like, there could have been a little bit of exposition. I think the point is you see these guys jump out of a building with some duffel bags and start a riot and beat people up. That's enough to know they're the bad guys.
Yeah, there's theft. They're beating people up. I think they beat some cops up and shit. They bounce. They slam our little Torres bitch.
I knew it, Falcon.
This guy.
Yeah, this bank scene. Is a douchebag.
He's a douchebag. But he does feel like an accidental douchebag.
So, weird thing established in this scene, though, is that Tony wasn't paying the Avengers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so after S.H.I.E.L.D. shut down, and the Avengers moved to the big compound in upstate New York, where they had a staff, and people could live there. Like Falcon must have been living there during Ant-Man, and that's why he was on site to try and stop Ant-Man from stealing the thing, right?
Yeah. And we saw Vision was living there, Wanda was living there.
Yeah, Wanda and Vision were living. So, all of that infrastructure, and there were no paychecks?
It's, they're still vague about what the actual setup was here.
Because in the comics, most of the time, the Avengers are paid by Tony. Like, he runs a charity called the Maria Stark Foundation, named after his mom, which is where the Avengers draw a salary from. But apparently not in the MCU.
Apparently not. It might have just been like a place to sleep, a place to stay, or whatever.
And like even if maybe at one point that was a thing, but now the Avengers are disbanded because Tony's dead. Pepper couldn't have set something up to at least keep these guys on their feet?
I don't know. I don't know how many of these guys there are.
Well, there's
I wouldn't be
Sam,
surprised if there's not an Avengers, there's no one living there. Well, I mean, the place got blown up by Thanos, so no one is living there.
Peter, all of whatever Tony set up for him was blown up by Mysterio, going, "Hey, Spider-Man is Peter Parker, and he killed me, and now he's a fucking wanted fugitive."
Mm-hmm.
I guess we'll see how that's
talking shit about
Spider-Man
this.
3.
These whatever this is, the seafood that they take these homeless people or whatnot. Heard somebody talking shit about they left this shit outside Louisiana sun. It went to the bank to apply for this thing, and then this is fish seafood shit, and then they take it over there to those other guys.
I think it probably went bad that fast.
It depends on what season this is in Louisiana.
I'm assuming they already cooked it.
But
they're not getting raw fish.
No. But that stuff, shit will happen. With a little bit of sun and some fucking seafood.
It wasn't a very long meeting.
I'm just saying, they could have, dropped those boxes off and then gone to the thing. But listen, whatever. It's fine. But maybe that's a good indicator of, this is not the business they should be pursuing. Maybe,
You think the boat is doomed?
I think that he is not doing great right now. And the fish thing, the seafood in the truck was maybe not ideal.
Sam is apparently so close to his family in Louisiana who have this boating business. then why was he living in Washington for years and years before this? Why is this the first time we're finding out that he's actually from Louisiana?
Well, no, we knew he was from
Like, were
Louisiana.
things fine
That said,
until
at
the
some
blip,
point.
and then the business went bad, or what?
I don't know. I don't remember how far back they said that their parents died. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, he said that he was from Louisiana in one of the other movies, but it was just like a throwaway line or something.
I don't remember that. I'd have to go back.
It was in there somewhere.
So, one thing as the episode was rolling that we didn't mention is I was a little worried after this first episode that there would be a lot of Sam and his family stuff, sort of like filler. Like I was hoping that the plot would be more action oriented, which is what we get. Like I'm glad. Like I only need one episode to set up. Like, oh, this is Sam's situation, and then you get into the stuff.
Yes.
And that is the way they do it. So good work.
Yes, these guys are.
Because
we haven't seen everything.
Other shows would try to save budget by filling their season with more of the family drama.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not what you're watching the show for.
These guys they're relevant and they become relevant in other ways.
Yeah, like they do like use the sister for plot stuff. Like the setup doesn't not go anywhere.
So like
they did a good job with that.
Sam was really just like super surprised by this, right?
Yeah.
It's like is that what he's? I mean. The wink
I
is
love
still
John winking at the camera.
The wink is still fucking good, even though...
The wink is perfect.
That's the first thing I fucking saw when I saw him wink. I was watching this shit, and I was dying loud. I was like, that's great.
Yeah.
That was great. That was episode 1. So,
that was episode 1.
Next one, or do you want to... Is there anything else to say about this one? Or you want to keep on trying?
I do want to point out some of these spoilers in the end credits.
Mm-hmm. Which we talked about in that one that didn't happen.
Yeah, we're going to see the name Power Broker on the screen.
And some Asian shit.
Yeah, all of the Asian stuff ends up being. I mean, it doesn't
Isaiah
say.
Right here.
I think there's a shot at some point of like a.
The Madripoor?
Of something Madripoor related, like a passport or a tourist.
There it is,
an advertisement. Yeah, postcard. This is it.
That's Madripoor.
That's Madripoor. Which
This is the serum that's going around.
Yep, that's the serum, the super soldier serum. I mean,
and that poster's tight.
Show is about Captain America stuff, so one could assume that the serum was going to show up. We saw that Flag Smashers have powers.
Yeah, we did.
So Wyatt Russell, the son of Kurt Russell, plays John Walker.
Ego the Living Planet.
He was Ego the Living Planet.
He was. He's Star-Lord's half-brother, dude. It's canon. Right?
I don't think that's how that works.
I think it's... that mask is tight.
Yeah, Zemo's mask is pretty cool.
Zemo
I wonder if they're going to explain the mask? Because he just has it.
He does. I don't know if I want him to.
And like...
We'll see.
Well, here's the thing. So Zemo's entire thing is that he's anti-superhero.
He is.
So where did he get the mask? Because he didn't have it in Civil War, but he just, like... It's just, like, with his stuff.
It is.
Like, it existed before he went to jail.
I
don't know. Is it like a mask he wore when he was doing Sokovian Black Ops?
That's what I would assume, of some sort. But we don't know.
That might be the case.
That might be the case. And And no matter what he was doing, and he was doing shit, he still does shit. Like, it's perfectly possible that he was just wearing a mask so people would,
before we get too deep into Zemo, we should probably get to episode 2.
Is this episode 2? Yes. Damn it, we're in episode 2.
Yeah, we're in episode 2 now.
Previously
on, we saw Sam and Red Wing. I like Red Wing.
I like Red Wing too. He's good. I like that he gets the fuck out of the way whenever you don't need him.
Yeah. So, in the comics, for those who don't know, Red Wing is an actual bird, and Sam somehow acquired the superpower to talk to and control him and see out of his eyes like a fucking Assassin's Creed character. Sam in fact has eagle vision.
I think that this was a better idea. I think this was a better way to go.
Yeah. I think the drone is a little more contemporary and fits the situation. Like I don't think that the way Sam got those powers in the comics was necessarily organic.
Damn.
Also, the drone can do a lot more stuff. Like, it has a laser and it shoots missiles.
It could just go away. You don't defeat it.
It does raise the question of where did he get the drone? I guess they say it's government property.
Yeah.
But he didn't have it when he stole the wingsuit in Winter Soldier.
No, but they took it away from him in
Civil
War.
He does have it in. What's the first thing where he uses it? Was it Civil War?
Yeah, it was Civil War. They took it away from him with the wings.
Yeah.
Red Wing and the wings. John Walker, everybody.
John Walker played football. Big surprise.
Shocking.
That's
this episode, man. They did a good job.
Yeah, like they do a good job of making you like or try to make the guy likable or at least like sympathetic before they get into he's a jerk and a bad cap.
I mean, like right out of the gate, like it's a thing where most people are going to be like, "Boo!" It's like this dude walking out in a cap suit.
A lot of people just automatically expected new Cap to be, he's a secret racist or something like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that he'd be a huge asshole.
That's the thing. Well, he's a government-sponsored Cap, like, purely.
Yeah, they went a more nuanced approach with it, where it's like, he's not a bad guy.
No.
He just can't handle the stress and the pressure of being what people expect of Captain America, especially because they don't give him the serum.
They don't give him the serum.
Like, you're expecting a regular guy with no powers to measure up to all the things Steve Rogers could do.
And they talk about it.
And it gets to him.
They talk about it pretty quick.
Because, like, in the comics, John Walker, U.S. agent, is very much the Guy Gardner of Captain America's. You know, he's short-tempered and blunt and rude and conservative. He's just sort of all the things that make a guy a jerk.
Who? Guy Gardner?
Yeah, the Green Lantern who is known as the asshole of the Green Lanterns.
Yeah.
They are basically the same character, so people probably expected some of that of TV John. And TV John isn't so in your face. I like the this rendition of Star Spangled Man with the Plan.
Oh shit, I'm missing this thing. Damn it. I'm checking the audio on this stream real quick.
Yes, pay attention to the show. It's good.
The guy or one of the guys that worked on this shit right here. The arrangement and fucking drumline, composition, whatever. I forgot the name. God, I suck.
The music playing right now.
The music playing right now, and the performance.
Yes.
With how it works as a guy.
Yeah, the marching band doing like the choreography.
Yeah, that, and he's a studio musician on it. It's a guy who is here at Arkansas at a university nearby. My wife works at too. He did a lot of work on it, and I really like this version of it, of Star Spangled Man they're playing. It's tight.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
I like it.
And it. I mean, this is what you do if he's like you're doing the he's a football hero thing.
Yeah.
Like he's back in his hometown, where this is what he was known for.
And I just like the song. I think this song is tight. It's good.
And of course the debut is on Good Morning America.
Of course it is. Boy. I watched episode 4 today. It's a thing.
We're gonna get to some places with this guy.
This show goes places, man. I like this suit. This suit is good.
I like the suit. I like that it's the U.S. agent suit.
It's good.
It's a good version of it.
Captain America. Do eagles fly overhead wherever you go?
Yes.
I like that, we're making a new Captain America, we can take the opportunity to redesign the logo. What if it's a star and an A?
Ooh. That's not a bad idea.
Didn't Rob Liefeld do that with Heroes Reborn?
Oh god, dude, I don't know.
Try to give him like a star-shaped A on his forehead.
It's not a bad idea, necessarily.
It's definitely it's branding, you know,
It is.
graphic design.
and in this case, like it's good. Like he has it's something that's for this guy here, like this bitch.
How long did he have to train with the shield? Like it seems like
That is a really
Sam
good
gave
question.
it to the museum, and like 2 days later on the news, hey, we've got a new Cap, and Sam's like, are you fucking kidding me?
That is something that I think a lot of people asked.
It's supposed to be in the fucking Smithsonian.
And meanwhile,
They had
Bucky,
no intention.
none.
Like they were planning to make a new Cap before Sam turned in the shield. It
We
feels
talked about it. Other thing that we watched. He does not have any furniture in his house. God damn it.
I mean, how long has he been living? He probably just got the apartment.
Yeah.
And also,
presumably.
like,
This is what 3-4 months after the blip. Is that what they said?
I
Something
think
like
it's
that.
2. I think
Is
it's
it
like
2?
2 months.
Okay. Boy, Bucky's not happy, dude.
Because, like, there's some timeline stuff where, like, WandaVision was only a couple weeks after, and Spider-Man Far From Home is, like, 6 months after, or something?
Yeah, that's right. And we talk about it more later. There's some stuff that happens in this thing that I thought would actually work a little better if it was first chronologically, with the way that some stuff happened in WandaVision. But we'll go wherever we go.
Okay, okay. But, I like how there's posters all over the
I
place.
love those posters. They're so sick. They do propaganda shit. It's great.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just tight.
Oh my god, so what do you want me to do? Call America and tell them I changed my mind? Huh? Yeah, right.
Like,
Reunion, buddy.
they're probably
Hey, this is what you're not gonna do. You're not gonna come here.
not going to talk about whether or not, even though I don't think it's a question, whether or not or what Cap and Bucky talked about when Cap went back
Yeah,
in time.
like I think it's obvious from Endgame that Bucky knew Cap was gonna stay in the past,
Yes.
but we don't know how much they said to each other.
We don't.
And also, like, you have to assume Steve probably offered, "Hey, come with me," and I wonder what Bucky's reason for not going back would have been.
So that's where I'm going. Well,
Maybe he feels he's changed too much to fit in
He might.
back there.
I mean, Steve had things to go back for. Like,
Well, that's
whoever
true,
the
but
someone's wife Because Pete got
Steve would
married.
have been Bucky's thing to go back for, though. You know, like they're best friends. He doesn't have much in the world.
That's the thing.
How do you know about Gandalf?
But he didn't have a Peggy.
Point? No, I don't.
I like this stuff about wizards, and I read The Hobbit when it came out.
He's old, remember?
Is a wizard without a hat.
That's why it's funny. It's funny because he's old.
I just can't help that. It's crazy. But look, that's not the point. These guys aren't magic. All right, they use brute force.
But I mean, no, I feel like they definitely, I feel like they absolutely had some kind of conversation before, Cap and Bucky. And I think that they talked about...
It's obvious from the look that he gives that he knew Steve was gonna stay.
everybody else was pissed and freaking out whenever Steve didn't come back.
Yeah.
And Bucky's just like, tra-la-la-la-la-la, like...
Like, Sammy's over there on the bench. I knew. I saw it coming.
And because of that stuff, I feel like they had a conversation. They would have had a conversation about if somebody else is gonna be Cap, because Cap's gone, I'm leaving.
What's our plan?
And I think that Bucky would have agreed also to do it, to give it to Falcon, to give it to Sam.
30 seconds.
Well, yeah, the thing is,
For a lot of
like,
reasons.
whoever you give the shield to has to be Cap in public. And I don't think the public would have been kind to Bucky with his past as a brainwashed assassin.
Practically speaking, there's a lot of people did get tight about it. The MCU, like they're just gonna skip Bucky. They thought, but it's like it doesn't make sense here, dude. He's a
that's
criminal.
like in the fandom. Obviously, there's a lot of people who think Bucky deserves it the most, and I can't necessarily argue with them, especially because in the comics, Bucky was Cap before Falcon was.
This shit right here.
Yeah, so
Okay.
you know, I would like to think that the Winter Soldier probably jumped out of some airplanes and probably didn't land like that.
But we don't know. We don't know. And also, that just was like, it really reminded me of Wolverine shit.
Yeah.
Like, that's how he fucking goes into shit. A lot of the time. He fucking gets kicked out of planes by people, like, all the time.
Yeah, well, we talked about this in the episode that we recorded and aren't releasing because we decided to do episode 1 over again.
What are we talking about?
Winter Soldier and Wolverine have so much in common
Oh, yeah.
that it becomes a worry about how they'll adapt Wolverine when they finally get around to the X-Men because they don't want to repeat themselves.
Yeah, it's a thing.
But for me, the similarities are part of the appeal. I like that they have so much in common.
I agree.
Because I want to see them together.
Yeah. I think that it is challenging, and I think that there's a lot of people that would do a bad job. But you can absolutely do a fine job with it and make it work fine. I think that Marvel probably will.
Like, we've talked more than enough about how we want to see mutants integrated into the MCU and how we don't want it to be a new thing, and we want it to be like, oh, they've been around and Xavier's been keeping them a secret.
Yeah.
The biggest part of that for me is that I need Logan to still be a guy from the 1800s who has fought in the Civil War and World War II and Korea and Vietnam.
Yep.
Like, I want Logan to have a past where like he fought alongside Cap and Bucky. I want to see them like freeing young Magneto from Auschwitz.
That's the thing.
I want to see Cap, or I want to see Wolverine have like met Frank Castle in whatever war Frank fought in.
Yeah. That's the stuff that is twofold. That's the stuff that, like, you want to see everything that you couldn't see in the X-Men movies because they couldn't do that
Right.
shit.
Right, the X-Men movies couldn't have Cap in them, so
And on top of
now's
that,
your chance to see Wolverine and Captain America fighting in World War II together.
exactly, and along with that is, like, if you take away that stuff from mutants in particular, like you go fucking Magneto, Wolverine as well, Apocalypse, whatever. If you without that stuff in the history and you just made them pop up in the modern, like, that's not the character. The character comes from all that time.
Especially Wolverine. No character more than Wolverine is their history important to them.
I agree.
Partially because he has so much of it,
I mean,
and
Magneto's
partially
pretty
because
important.
his story is about finding out his own past because he has amnesia.
It is. Like, people talk about doing Magneto where he's not an Auschwitz survivor type situation. It wasn't a World War II thing. It's like, what? Nuh-uh. That's not how that works.
It's not gonna work. It's
No,
not
no.
gonna work.
Uh-uh.
That's a different character. That's not Magneto.
Sorry, man. This little bitch. I mean, okay, look. I never liked this character since she first started popping up in this shit. I still don't like her. I really don't like. She bugs the fuck out of me.
The actress is a weird-looking person. At the risk of being rude.
I'm glad that you said it because I really didn't want to. I'll be honest. Listen, I was watching this with the wife, and because she's really into this shit. Man,
Well, there's a reason. There's a reason that like the freckled kind of ginger is made fun of.
Well, okay, I don't know what it is exactly.
And now she fucking breaks Red Wing. Fuck you.
I told her what it's like. I don't like to look at her. She's off-putting to me, and I want to look away anytime that she's like on camera. And I know that sounds bad. I don't know.
It does sound bad, but also like you can't not be honest, man. What do you want me to say?
And it's nothing personal. Like, it's not a race thing either.
No, because like she's white.
No, I think she might be half black actually.
She might be. I may have heard that somewhere that she's biracial. I don't know.
But I mean, that's not
like,
what it is. It's just it's just whatever. This combination, the way it came out.
That's not what makes her weird looking, though. What makes her weird looking are the fucking redhead genes.
Yeah, it's a
the
thing.
freckles.
It's a weird.
It's the fucking freckles.
It is. And that's why they cast her, though. Like, she does have a unique look.
Well, yeah, she definitely looks like European.
And all of these Flag Smasher people are kind of diversity bombs. That they make sure to do that with a lot of them. Jesus.
And also, like, they make a point about the version of the super soldier serum that they used was designed so that people wouldn't become like muscular, handsome, perfect people like Steve was.
Yeah,
it
changed
it
their
just
appearance.
gives you the super strength and agility without, you know, enhancing your appearance.
Jeez. This.
Because it's meant to so that they can like fit in, like it's a stealth thing, I guess. Like, I don't know, the guy who made this version of the serum has some like weird notions that they get
did.
to when they talk to him.
But I mean, like, yeah, well, whatever. He's a weirdo scientist.
Yeah.
It always happens for some reason.
Personally, if I were going to take a super soldier serum, it making me taller and better looking is part of the fucking appeal.
I mean, you would think so. Like, Blonsky did it too, though. He didn't change physical appearance, did he?
Well, no, Bucky was given some knockoff serum that Hydra came up with.
Not Bucky, Blonsky. And Hulk.
Oh, yeah, Emil Blonsky. Yeah,
Yeah,
his was also like, again. These are all attempts to recreate the serum. None of them are the one Steve got.
That was a nice catch.
Because the one Steve got only works if you get beamed with Vita rays, like the fucking chamber.
Yeah.
That they put him in.
What? This is the beginning of a thing. We're gonna keep going.
Yeah, we see like John Walker being a guy with no powers up against people with powers.
It just makes you like, okay, so what are you thinking
problem
exactly?
for him.
Like that's the thing that I wonder. It's just like,
well, you know, he does pretty good for a guy with no powers.
Sure, but he also gets taken out in one punch. So,
yeah.
Like, what are you thinking? And like I said, it continues, and that's a big part of his deal.
That is the narrative that he is faced with.
It's just weird that it does feel like he's shell-shocked by it. Like, he never thought of it, and like he doesn't know what to do.
Yeah.
This is a good scene. This is good.
look, at least we know what we're up against now, huh? And we're pretty sure it's one of the big 3.
See, he knows about the big 3.
He knows. It's a thing.
No such thing as wizards.
All right, then it's aliens or androids.
Or super soldiers.
Super soldiers for real?
Yeah.
I mean, there is such a thing as wizards, though.
Yeah, it's a thing.
I mean, Sam's right. A sorcerer is just a wizard without a hat. That's true.
I mean, it's the thing. Like, who? I think Thor was the first person to call Doctor Strange a wizard, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Ragnarok? Yeah. And they did it since then. Fucking Thanos called him a wizard too. It's a thing.
Yeah, wizards are real.
It's a thing.
It's semantics. It's wizard and sorcerer are synonyms.
It's a thing.
They say their mission is to get things back.
How do you feel about Hoskins?
Maybe they're just trying
Okay, so in this scene we find out that he is that they gave him the code name. He is Battlestar.
He is Battlestar.
where they're going.
I
Track up here. The flags.
of all of the things the MCU has adapted from the comics,
You hacked my tech.
the only one that's ever surprised me
Government property.
is that Battlestar is an actual character in a thing now.
Yeah.
Jolly's just
Because that's like making a Mortal Kombat movie and putting mocap in it.
It's pretty, you know. But I think that they're. What are they scared of? Why not? What?
Yeah.
We'll do it. What? Bring it on.
Look, if I was making a Mortal Kombat movie, I would put mocap in it.
I mean, yeah. Like, come on.
Like, it would be a cutesy cameo. You'd be on the set of a Johnny Cage movie, and hey, there's Carlos in his suit
Why exactly are you two here?
with the balls.
violent revolutionaries aren't usually good for anyone.
What do they say about the people with the research?
But no, the Battlestar's a whole ass character.
Yeah, it's a.
Man, I got mad respect for both of y'all, but you're kind of getting your
I don't know. I didn't want to check his math here though.
Lamar Hoskins.
Look, I see a guy hanging out of a helicopter in tactical gear. I need a lot more than Lamar Hoskins.
I'm Battlestar, John Spiker.
I don't know. I like
This-
Hoskins. I think he's more likable than John is.
Well, easy. Well, I mean, yeah.
Attitude, I do.
It's funny. I was watching this shit. Whenever me and my wife were watching this shit, I had forgotten about Battlestar. I deleted that data from the
Battlestar
comments.
is very obscure.
Like,
I had forgotten about Battlestar until he said Battlestar.
When he said Battlestar, the first thing I did was try to just stop the car. Then Bucky comes out. It's like, thank you, Marvel. We're on, you and me, man.
It's always the last line.
It's
I
good.
mean-
it's good. I like this show.
And Falcon, Cap's wingman. I mean,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
has wings.
He could have worded
There's
that
never been
better,
a
I
more
think.
on-the-nose phrase than Falcon is Cap's wingman.
Yeah,
But it's also like a pun. So if I was Sam, I would also be like, man, fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, that's stupid.
I mean, like, he was almost to a somewhat reasonable point in argument or whatnot, but
Right. And then he said a pun.
and he fucks it up, and it's like, no, nah, you know what, you ruined it. These guys, okay. This is in Germany,
Yeah, this is
Very hungry.
and
Okay, my life and I
this is a hostel.
isn't
This
there's
is,
people that are really, boy, you wanna talk about chicken livers? Have you ever had chicken livers?
I have not had chicken livers.
See, I was surprised. I didn't know that they were something people did in Germany at all or elsewhere. All I know is about southern chicken livers.
Yeah, I am generally only familiar with the chicken that the Colonel makes.
Well, dude, the Colonel makes chicken livers. It's on
Does he?
there. Yeah, I don't know if it's like on the menu at every place, and it may not even be every place that does it. But most of them, the vast majority, do have fried chicken livers. If you order it, they're not bad.
That must not be a thing up here in the north, like at
may
regional
not be.
menus. You know.
It could be. And it's not something that I like go for, like, dude, I want to book a giant box of chicken livers and shit, but like, they're not bad. I was just surprised to see them in here, like German cuisine. I'm sure they're prepared very different. But these guys, okay, but back to the show. These guys are very appreciative of something.
Shit, they're already looking for us.
And we start to get into the philosophy of the Flag Smashers here. And
Right.
how do you feel about that philosophy of what they're doing?
Well, as we find out more in episodes 3 and 4,
Let the same arseholes who were put back in power
during the blip, a lot of
care more about the people
countries completely relaxed border control because they needed more people to be around and do jobs and fucking
because that's
keep
what
things
people
running.
remember.
True.
And then all of a sudden everybody came back, and all of those people who were still in the world for those 5 years
This
were
stupid
like
chant of
kicked
the
out of what they
whatever.
were doing to make room of all the people for all the people who came back, which is a pretty shitty situation to be in.
Mhm.
Like, imagine that you've had a job for 5 years and suddenly it's like, well, the guy who had the job before you came back from the dead and we're giving him his job back and we're getting rid of you, sorry.
But then right after that, it's like, damn, it sucks that they saved half the universe. Fuck them,
Right,
man.
it is kind of...
Like,
Well, that's the thing. It's a no-win scenario. Like, you can't be mad that a bunch of people came back from the dead because, like...
I mean, there's no math. They're like, at best, it's a cancel each other out. But if you're like, no, I want to go back to where half the universe was fucking dead. Dude, you're an asshole, dude. What are you doing? What? You can't be
Well,
like
like-
that.
Like, they mention this, like, well, they don't mention it on screen, but, like, in interviews, the writers and directors talked about how it wasn't just people, it was, like, all the animals in the universe, too. And, like, you're supposed to pick up on that when they first, after Hulk snaps, and Scott Lang goes and looks out the window and hears birds chirping. That's supposed to be an indication that, like, oh, half the birds are back.
And I mean, like,
like,
yeah, he does
we-
say, like, they don't just say half of all life. He doesn't say
We're
people.
already in a situation, particularly on Earth, where a lot of animals are endangered species, and some of those animals are needed for the ecosystem, like fucking bees.
Yeah.
The world would actually be really fucked if 50% of everything died right now.
I mean, yeah, this is how ecosystems and fucking nature works and shit. A
Yeah,
lot
like
of
there's
it relies on each other and whatnot, and
exactly
shit.
like it's the fucking circle of life.
It's Lion King, man. We've seen this shit. And the further that like especially it's right. Carly, is that it? Carly, something like that.
Carly Morgenthau, yeah.
Yeah. The further that we get with her, and the more that she evolves her philosophy, and her philosophy is pushed, like obviously the less of a leg that she has to stand on when she tries to talk about.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, like the thing with people who are radicalized is the more you come after them, the more extreme their acts get to. Like she gets more and more violent.
You know, she does, yes. But I mean, like, just as far as I feel like the show tries to act sort of like they have kind of a point. Maybe.
Well, it's not the thing with a villain. If you want your villain to not be one-dimensional, you have to make them sympathetic.
Yeah.
Which,
certainly.
at that point, it becomes a risk of if they're too sympathetic, the audience will side with them against the protagonist. So I think in this case, they did a good job of being like, you feel for her and you know how she became a bad guy, but she's still clearly the bad guy.
I mean, look, it could just be me. I don't feel shit for her because I think that she's a retard. I don't think that her math
Fair
adds
enough.
up at all.
I
But-
think that shows that it's a good balance though, where you have some people in the audience are like, yeah, I get it, and other people are like, no, fuck her. That means they're doing it right. When they're doing it
you're
wrong
right.
is when 100% of the people are like, Magneto is right.
I mean, it's a thing.
Because that's always bugged me about how Magneto is written, because sometimes he'll kill a lot of people, and then a week later Xavier will be like, you're forgiven, you can teach at the school.
It's a thing.
Guy from the bar.
But the thing with Magneto is that, unlike almost any other villain, the rare thing is he'll actually put down all of his own bullshit to help out Charles, or do something like that, whatever like he needs to. Or when he does
Well, I
lead
mean,
the X-Men a
the
lot
thing
of
about
times, he
Magneto's
does put down his
philosophy
shit.
is that all of his friends are mutants, so it's still within his philosophy as long as he's helping the mutants.
It is. Now, this was a big deal.
So he's got this convenient way to avoid looking like a hypocrite most of the time.
He do. What is this guy's name?
Isaiah Bradley?
Isaiah, yeah.
Isaiah Bradley, who, in the comics, his backstory is that they tested the super soldier serum on him before they gave it to Steve. So he was secretly the first Captain America. Now, in the MCU version, they adjusted a little bit, and he was the first guy given a serum after Steve. So he was the Cap of the 50s.
Okay.
But it still remains that there was a secret black super soldier way back in the day.
He says Peninsula. I've assumed he was talking about Madripoor, but maybe not. I don't know. I don't know where he meant. Where they were dropping him off at.
Well, probably Korea. I think they said the Korean War.
Okay, that would have made more sense then.
I just wanted to see if you got the arm back.
So we do... They did just establish Bucky had a cyborg arm in the 50s. It was a different one.
You're right.
I just want to know what it looked like. Like, how advanced was it?
I mean,
That's
we've
what
seen
I
him get his arm ripped off a couple of times. But it's a thing.
Doesn't work like that. Well,
But those are all recent times, so he gets an arm that is just as advanced. I just want to know what the 1950s cyborg arm looks like.
Yeah,
That's all I'm curious
I want to see
about.
like as cool as like steampunk shit, like has to dump
Yeah,
coal
yeah.
in it or some shit. That'd be tight. Throw this shit.
So, his grandson there, Elijah, is Patriot in the Young Avengers,
He is.
for being a hero.
which I assume they will be setting up at some point, because we've gotten Wiccan and Speed,
We have.
Taking my blood.
and we're getting Kate Bishop in the Hawkeye show. I'm sure we will get Elijah suiting up at some point, and we will get Hulkling probably in Secret Invasion, and then you'll have your Young Avengers.
There's a lot of interesting stuff that went on. He said your people, and we find out later like he was talking about Hydra. There's a lot of members of Hydra that did join the CIA and whatnot after World War II, and I'm assuming that those were probably some people that came in to do tests on him as well.
Right,
while he was in
right.
jail.
That there was a black super soldier decades ago and nobody knew about it.
Well, when we meet the scientist who made the serum that Carly took, he references that Hydra were the ones who hired him,
Yeah.
and that he talks about the subject they got a sample from that he made his serum from, and Bucky and Falcon figure out that he meant Isaiah.
This scene is a topical one, but it's
Yeah,
a sandwich.
it's very of the times.
we're just in a super like topical thing over here, and then we're just gonna like put this on top of it and that's smashed up. There's a lot of it going on right here. This guy's a dumbass. He's just like a little Barney dude. No man, I didn't know you, Mr. fucking Wilson. How you doing? Come on, man. Although, like, yeah, it is. Funny they have to bring in Bucky here. He gets arrested.
You missed your court-mandated therapy. It's like missing a check-in with your PO.
You right?
Sorry, Mr. Barnes.
You're
Yeah,
right.
I mean that's fair, and he goes along. He doesn't put up a fight because why would you?
No, I mean, yeah.
No, I did do the thing. You got me.
I did the thing. We have to go back and fucking sit in a session.
But yeah, these motherfuckers pulled up just because a black guy and a white guy were having a loud conversation in the street.
It's not subtle. Way to go, bitches. It's a good look. Sam seemed a little, obviously not
Well, the
happy
moral
no
of
one
that
knew.
scene to me is fuck Baltimore.
Well, I mean, you know,
I've heard a lot about you. I'm Dr.
maybe. Maybe. I liked what Bucky said about, like, I didn't want to fucking talk about him because Isaiah didn't want to be bothered anymore by the time he fucking got out of all that shit.
Right. He's been through some shit. For some reason, they were able to, like, come up with charges to put him in jail.
This bitch.
That was his reward for being secret Captain America, was they put him in the fucking prison.
It was. And then, like, it's... And Bucky was like, listen, it's not my fucking secret to tell. He didn't want it out. If he wanted it out, it would have been a story, but it doesn't. And he said Steve didn't know. That's an important detail. Steve had no idea about that guy.
Right. Because, like, Isaiah, you know, respecting his privacy.
Yeah.
He's been through enough.
Yeah, like, it's pretty clear from the scene that we saw him, he didn't want to be fucked with. Get out!
It is my job to make sure that you're okay.
The scene is sexy.
Maybe slightly unprofessional, but it's the only way that I can see of you getting over whatever's eating you.
Right. So here's the therapist doing all the wrong things to get these two on the same page.
Yeah. And the thing that comes out and we arrive with here, I don't know if it's incredibly constructive to them working together either. It's not really. It's said out loud, but I don't know how constructive it is.
What kind of life they want to build together. Are you familiar with the miracle question? Absolutely not. Okay.
Can you hear it? It's quiet. I might need you to turn me up.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine.
When you wake up,
I have the ability to adjust the volume on my end.
You do. I have to be careful of that because of the stream.
Right.
you guys are leaving me.
So,
Time for soul-gazing exercise.
what have we not talked about yet that we saw in these past two episodes?
I'm sure there's plenty. The one thing that I do like about Carly, and if they are, and that they did go the route that they did, at least they made her young, and she does seem like pretty fucking young. So,
Well-
her limited world perspective and her kind of like echo chamber type whatever shit situation makes more sense because of how young she is.
I also get the impression that the Flag Smashers, like, obviously show's not over yet. I don't know how it's going to end. But I get the impression that the Flag Smashers are like they're just there to get the plot rolling. They're not the final boss.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Like I'm pretty sure the show's going to end up with the bad guy being either Zemo or whoever the power broker.
Yeah, I would have to say the power broker most likely. It seems to me, but we'll see. We still don't know about that bitch. We don't know who that is. With the episode that, like the new episode, the Flag Smashers they became more relevant in things than I thought they would. I thought they would just be like, here you go, here's some random goons in masks for the good guys to punch and shit. But there's a little bit more to them now. There's a little bit more of an important thing that whatever going on, but we'll get there.
Yeah, like my prediction, which I won't spoil whether or not it came true yet, was that they were only there like to set up stolen serum so that John Walker would eventually get his hands on some serum.
Yeah.
Because it's all about his arc of being under the stress of, I'm the new Cap and this is my first mission as Cap and people are expecting results and I'm out of my depth fighting these super soldiers, and Captain America needs to be a guy with the fucking super soldier serum.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be a guy that fucking goes into every fight and gets taken out in a punch, because that's kind of whack.
Yeah.
If you have a Captain America that does that, well then maybe you should keep him on the PR circuit, you know? Maybe he should be a showgirl. Like, keep him there. He's safe. You're trying to have it both ways with him, and it doesn't work. I thought that they were just gonna be like that too. They were gonna be like walking super soldier serums that are like plot devices. It's like, okay, here they are. We can take what we do. They're doing shit, and we can punch them. Whatever. But
I mean, frankly, when episode 2, when I watched it the first time, it was a surprise to me that John doesn't already have serum in him. Like, I
I was surprised too. Yeah.
I expected they were going to have Thunderbolt Ross in here from the jump, and that he would give him the same shit he gave Blonsky.
Mm-hmm.
We divide ourselves, we don't stand a chance.
And so far we've not seen Thunderbolt Ross,
We
so
have
that's
not.
that's been a surprise.
So what do you got?
I mean, I think that he's one of the people, the most likely candidates for the power broker, even though I don't. Maybe.
Well,
not.
that would be unexpected to me if he had for some reason was no longer involved with the army or the government and was kicked out for some reason and had to go to Madripoor.
It could be like I was thinking more like Obadiah Stane in Iron Man 1, where he was on kind of both sides, and it wasn't his shit with the Ten Rings wasn't really known or whatnot. I
think it would be a little out of character for Ross to play both sides against the middle. I think he really believes in fucking America and shit.
I'm interested to see who that character is, though, once they get there. I'm surprised that we haven't found out yet.
A word of advice, then.
And this.
See, this is the turn. He started, oh, maybe this guy's not such a big asshole after all, and then he says that.
I mean, Bucky says exactly what's going on. He's like, you're under a lot of pressure, aren't you?
Yeah.
And he doesn't know. He's just unexpected. He doesn't know what to fucking do. He doesn't know how to do the thing. And it's important. He talks about later that.
Well,
even though he talks about being such a big fan of Captain America and wanting and looked up to him what this.
Yeah, he says a dumb thing where it's I never knew him, but he feels like he was a brother to me.
It's a dumb thing to say.
That's overstepping.
And it's also the thing where Zemo talks about it in the next episode. It's a lot harder for him, and he has completely different ideas about what Cap should be, because Cap is like a fucking icon he looked up to growing up and whatnot, but he never knew the guy, so he just made this imaginary symbol in his brain that's like Superman, and this is what Captain America does, and he is, and he's everything.
The other thing is that
that's not what he was.
If you notice at every step on this mission to catch the Flag Smashers, John and Lamar have nothing. And they only make strides when they follow Falcon and Bucky.
Oh, yeah.
Somewhere.
It's not subtle. It's not subtle at all. It's you guys suck. Hard. Really. What are you bringing to the table?
Literally, whenever they're on their own, they come up with nothing, and they go, all right, let's figure out what Falcon and Bucky are doing, and just follow them.
This is one of the weirdest looking death scenes I've seen in anything.
Yeah, this is stupid. He just runs at a bunch of guys with guns. What was his plan?
Why did he knock the things down?
Even if you know you're going to die and all you are is distraction so the plane can get away, this is not a long enough distraction.
This is...
I mean, the plane does get away.
Yeah, the plane does get away.
You could have, I don't know, come at them through the bushes or picked up something heavy and held it out in front of you, hit some of them with. If this is all it takes to interrupt them is one guy running at them, then they didn't necessarily need a distraction. The plane probably would have gotten away anyway.
Yeah. That was there just to, I don't know, show the power broker people want to kill them, I guess, that they're serious about that shit. They want their shit back.
Right, and here's the bit where they're when Isaiah said your people, that wasn't racial, he meant Hydra.
Yeah, he meant Hydra.
Yes.
Which, so here's the thing, is they're well, we need to talk to Zemo, because he knows the most about Hydra. But the reason Zemo knows all of Hydra's secrets, as we see at the beginning of Civil War, is because at the end of Winter Soldier, Black Widow put all of them up on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just Zemo was the only guy who read all of the files that were dumped on the internet.
I've heard that. I've heard people say that, and it's... I'm sure that he did read all of the files on the internet. I'm sure he absolutely did, but he also seems the type that wouldn't stop there, and he was probably doing it before.
We did see him, at the start of Civil War, he's, tracking down Hydra members and interrogating and killing them.
Yeah.
So I'll give it that.
And as we learn in the next episode, he has considerable resources.
But if all of Hydra's intel, like every secret and every classified document, was made public, then shouldn't most of the super soldier stuff also already be on the internet?
That's what's weird though, because the place in Siberia apparently wasn't on the internet.
I guess.
And it seems weird that they're like everything would be so well documented and able to be onlineable so fast. Like all those old ass fucking secrets and shit of the zany ass.
Well, I guess so Will only released the stuff that was in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database.
Yes. I mean that's how I kind of thought about it.
Yeah, that's fair. And also, like, okay, so when, like, all of that Sony producer, all of her emails leaked...
Oh, yeah.
Or, you know, whenever, like, some government person, like, oh, their laptop was stolen and all the stuff is on the internet now, very few people read all of the files. Like, it's just a few, like, obsessed conspiracy theorists who will go to the trouble of reading all of the stuff that leaked whenever there's a leak.
And clearly Zemo was one of those people.
I'm just saying, if the files were the only thing, then Zemo would not be the only guy in the world who has all the secrets.
No. Not by any stretch. And like I said, we learned he has considerable resources.
Yeah,
to figure out whatever he wants.
Stuff. He's done more personal research. He's went out and found guys and fucking waterboarded them and whatnot.
And he's rich as fuck.
Well, that's the thing that the show reveals in the upcoming episode.
Are you ready to start that one? Do you want to go ahead and jump into it?
Yeah, let's just get to it.
Okay.
So, in Civil War, all we found out about Zemo was that he was a colonel in the Sokovian military who did Black Ops, and his family was killed when Ultron, you know, turned Sokovia into a meteor.
Yes.
For which he blames the Avengers because they build Ultron, which is fair. But in this show, they do go... also, he is a baron, like in the comics.
He is. Mm-hmm.
And he is rich.
And his family were, like, dignitaries, were the, whatever, family of Sokovia.
Right. And I've seen some people online complain about that retcon, but I think it still works, because in modern-day Europe, a lot of people who hold low-grade noble titles do go into the military.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the thing.
Because, like, what does Baron mean? It means that you own a bunch of land in this European country. That's really all it means. He doesn't have, like, political power. He's just a famous rich guy.
We learned now that Sokovia doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah, they, like, after Ultron did what he did, the country collapsed and the territory was taken by all the neighboring countries.
Yeah. I like this episode. I like Zemo, though. I'm a Zemo fanboy, dude.
Well, this is a lot of Zemo. This is maybe more Zemo than we got in Civil War, so this is the most Zemo.
Finally, we hear somebody talk about this. I still know what the fuck they do.
It wasn't that easy.
And this is our first time really hearing about the global repatriation.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I was like, what the fuck are these
apparently
people?
This is the group that John Walker actually works for as Captain America.
I was surprised to see and hear all that in this episode. And we'll see it in just a second. Reboot. He pulls up right here like a door. It's on the thing. Got it. Logo, whatever. Hey, Battlestar, what's up? He looks so serious.
Red or breathe.
Well, I like that Battlestar's uniform is just a bulletproof vest.
Yeah, I like Battlestar's uniform.
It has his last name and a big name tag in the center.
Battlestars
like
isn't
any
someone who's
military
like
bulletproof vest does.
in his costume. It's not someone who's like drinking his own Kool-Aid.
No.
Like this guy
he's
here.
not- when you
As he's
hear a
about to
guy
say.
name, when you hear that a guy's name is Battlestar, you kind of expect him to wear a big garish mask.
He would, yeah. It's a thing. It's a. But the guy named Battlestar, even with that name, is is surprisingly somewhat level-headed and grounded. This guy, no.
Look, when you're Captain America, you shouldn't be yelling, "Do you know who I am?" That's not a good look.
No, you shouldn't. Another interesting point here.
That is like step one on the measuring up to Steve Rogers playbook. Is
And
like first
I think
page.
this is very important too.
Don't scream, "Do you know who I am?" in people's faces.
And I think this is one of the biggest reasons why Bucky especially is not cool with this guy. This guy has a very clear image of who he thinks Captain America was and what he stood for. And he has no idea what the fuck Captain America was or what he stood for.
Like, it's one thing if nobody's giving you the respect that they would give if you had been Steve Rogers. And you're like, come on, man. But it's another thing to, like, react to that.
It is. No, yeah.
It exposes your ego, is what that does.
Zemo says in a minute, like, you know, you become an icon, you become this symbol thing, and people start following this thing that's bigger, and it's unattainable, and it becomes a problem. And that's
like the reason
Steve
Steve was Captain America is because he was so humble and down to earth.
Oh, we know. Yeah. That's the whole
Like,
deal.
He was the opposite of letting it go to his head.
Yes. That's why Tucci picked him. I forgot his name. Erskine. That's the...
Yes, Erskine.
Yeah. We have whatever he fucking... We have lots of really good soldiers, but I don't want to give good soldiers a super
As they
soldier.
say in the show, the serum makes you more yourself. Good person becomes better, and a bad person becomes worse.
We don't want a good soldier. We want a good man to be Captain America, and that's what he was.
That's why fucking when Johann Schmidt took it, his face came off.
It's fucking Christ. It's something that like, I feel they don't talk about that much, but they don't talk about Red Skull that much either. So I guess it's okay. But Red Skull in the MCU was a super soldier.
Well, Zemo brings up Red Skull.
Yeah, he does. Of course, Zemo does, because Zemo hates that shit. Supers or whatever.
Zemo actually compares super soldiers to the Nazis fairly often. Like, it's his go-to thing. Like, everybody's a Nazi. Which is funny, because in the comics, the original Baron Zemo was a Nazi.
Yeah, it's a thing that comics had for him. Yeah, this dude, you can hear him talk about it for like 2 seconds about Captain America, and it's like, John saw Captain America as, he saw his successes, he saw his strength, literal outside strength, his accomplishments, and that stuff, and all of that is kind of what he got the idea that Cap was, and he never knew him, so he didn't know that, no, Cap is not any of those things. Cap is Steve Rogers. He's like the really fucking awesome good dude who has a level head and is humble and doesn't have an ego, but that's not what this guy thinks. But he's blown it to the proportion because he thinks he has to be that thing that he thought.
Yeah,
which doesn't exist, and that's why this is the guy. Isn't this the guy that took those guys in the last episode with the
Yes, this was the guy running the hostel. This is
okay.
Same guy.
This is Colonel Germany giving him the chicken livers. He spit on this dude. Gross. I liked that scene though. He bitched out hard.
Carly must be funneling something from someone I can't see.
Listen, she's giving displaced people shelter and medicine. That kind of thing creates loyalty, man. I know you want this. I get it. But we've literally tried everything we can here. So is Langley. We keep drawing blanks.
So we bet on someone who's got a better...
Now it's, we also saw, like, they do a good job of, like, showing how the stress is getting to him, because as he walked out of the building, like, his vision went blurry for a moment.
It's a thing.
Look, it's not like you two are known for frolicking in the sun together.
He was obsessed with time travel. We have a history together, trust me.
And it's so like they're like not subtle.
Yeah,
I feel like you would probably catch it in a psychological profile.
It seems like,
which I would assume that they did before.
Yeah, like I
selecting him to be
imagine they
Cap.
did a lot of like profiling stuff, but like, and then they go, but he's got 3 medals of honor though.
He's got 3 medals of honor. Did you see that video of him throwing that shield, dude? Like, all right, yeah, go, yeah.
Yeah, like I'm sure that like
this is tight. I was like, as soon as it was, I hope they get this out of the way right up front, like first thing.
Yeah.
And boom.
I was also looking forward to a scene where he does the words and Bucky's like, nope.
Yeah, and we knew that was going to be the case, and that's why it's like, just do it right up front and get it out of the way. And I'm glad that he knows too.
Right.
I like Zemo a lot. I like Zemo too much. He's too sick. He's got this cool Hannibal Lecter thing going on right now.
The time wasn't exactly a picnic.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
Nice hoodie.
It was never personal. You were simply a means to a necessary end.
Someone
What?
recreated the super soldier.
How do you pronounce Daniel Bruhl?
Bruhl, bro, yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, he's a good actor.
He is.
I like
good.
him. I like Zemo.
Yeah, Zemo's good.
He's
hell of a dancer.
Well, what we get to see in this episode is that he has kind of a goofy charisma to him that we didn't see when he was like serious revenge bad guy in Civil War.
Which makes more sense. It's hard to tell how far
It
out
has
he
to
was
be.
from
It
his-
has to be noted. Like, so it seems like Zemo was not snapped. He was around for the 5 years.
Yeah.
So he's been in prison for quite some time. And
Super soldiers go against everything.
clearly,
He is crazy, but he still has a code.
that much isolation gets to you after a while, and you want to like,
He killed King T'Chaka and framed you.
you know, cut loose when you get out and
Well, that and the distance from his family's death.
stretch
As far
your
as
legs
time
and stuff.
goes.
That's also true. It has been longer.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit of perspective on it.
Look, let me just walk you through a hypothetical. Can I walk you through a hypothetical?
It is really obvious. So what are you doing, dude? Come on, man.
What's the book you're reading?
And this was the same. The other thing I thought, because we knew that he was going to get out of prison. So don't like put a whole episode on that. Them trying to get him out or him breaking out. Like, come on, let's get this done. Let's move.
It's the meatware, the human element. Now, in this lockup, it's 9
I wonder how Bucky got the key card into the book.
So why would 2 prisoners randomly start fighting at that moment?
Because he asked, "What's that you're reading?"
Who knows?
Which means Zemo already had the book.
And it was Machiavelli, which is really like kind of on the nose, but it's fine.
These things escalate. Lockdown procedures would have to be initiated.
But I mean, like, like I said, I don't mind.
Hallway or two.
They could have come up with a really tight plan for the whole thing, and like they've written it, the writers, and they did the whole thing. But it's like I don't care. Yeah, you guys got him.
I mean, they did film this whole sequence the way you film this kind. It's like in a heist movie where they're talking about the plan for the heist in real time as they're showing the heist happening. Like that's how you always do it.
But don't like.
And that's the same way
wait a
they're
whole
doing here. They're like
episode
talking about how Zemo's going to break out while he's doing the breakout.
We've only got 6 episodes. Don't waste time on this shit. We know what's gonna happen. He's gonna be outside the jail.
I don't like how casual you're being about this. It's unnatural. Are you? And where are we, man?
Alright.
And there he is. It's already done.
Whoa! Hey, what are you doing here?
Moving right along.
I knew you wouldn't let this happen, okay?
What did you do?
We need...
You're going back to prison. No.
When Steve refused to sign the Sokovia Accords, you backed him. You broke the law and you stuck your neck out for me. I'm asking you to do it again.
I really think I'm invaluable.
Shut up. Okay. If we do this, you don't make a move without our permission.
Fair.
Sounds good.
Okay, Zemo.
Yeah.
No. Man,
Where do we start?
the coat.
Yeah, he's got the fur coat.
God, I like the coat a lot. Oh wait, we gotta do this first. Look at all those cool cars.
Collected by family over the generations.
I feel that the way it is technically a retcon anytime you reveal something about a character that people didn't know before.
Yes.
But this is not the bad kind of retcon where it
No.
contradicts anything. This all fits seamlessly into what was already there, in my opinion.
Works out fine. None of this was relevant to what he was doing in Civil War. It didn't need to come up. It wasn't important.
I do find it amusing that he has gold-plated pistols.
I mean, it's pretty tight.
Join the party. We've already started.
I'm sure there's a story behind them too.
Mid-level fence, I still have a line.
I half expect him to have like that Red Skull car in here somewhere. It's like just European memorabilia throughout history and shit.
So all this time you've been rich?
Because clearly he could get it because he was rich. Man, that coat. And Alfred.
A nice coat. And that's the thing that I always said about Zemo's costume when they didn't do it in Civil War is like he doesn't even have like a hard to do outfit. It's just a jacket with a fur collar and a ski mask. And that's what we're getting, a jacket with a fur collar and a ski mask.
And it fits his character too, because he's not really one for attention or like to be flashy or whatever. That's not why he would wear a costume in the first place.
I mean, he's definitely like they've added to his character the what's the phrase I'm looking for like when a rich person enjoys the finer things in life?
Lavish, or I can think of there's a better one, but I can't think of it.
He's definitely like in this episode showing his appreciation for that lifestyle, which is new information. Like, oh, if the champagne has gone bad, give it to them and stuff like that. And that's what the fur coat is about. It is kind of flashy actually to wear a coat with a big fur collar, but it's also like it's a comfort and status symbol thing. And also, like, when they're going to Madripoor and they're hobnobbing with these gangsters, all of those gangsters dress like that, too.
Yeah, I mean...
So it's part of the fitting in.
It's flashy for, like, real life. But it's not flashy when you're sitting next to Falcon and he's wearing his costume.
This bit where Zemo is talking about Marvin Gaye.
You know, listen.
I also like you were saying before like that when we were talking about Bucky having a harder time adjusting to living in the present than Steve did. I like the bit where he's like, well, I like 40s music, so
yeah. I liked it. It's fun. I like Marvin Gaye. God. Jesus.
You remember that, right? As a young soldier sent to Germany to stop a mad icon. Do we want to live in a world?
See?
Jesus.
Everything is Nazis.
It is. And
everything I don't like is the Nazis.
It's the start of a fun trend here that we're gonna have. Actually, this didn't start here. This started in Civil War. Zemo is almost always right. It's a good trend. I support it. There it is. Give me this shit. God, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Are you just objecting to her face being on screen now?
It's just I don't know what it is. I'm sorry. I don't feel good about it. I'm not proud, but it's.
No, I agree. It does make us both look like assholes to say it.
It does.
But it's just freckles are weird, man.
It's not the freckles though. It's like if it was just freckles, I don't want to talk about it.
Look, you brought it up.
I did. Listen, it's whatever. It's fine. This is this chick that what
she's only here because once Disney has someone in something, they have to have them in the other things. Like actors in Marvel, they have to be in Star Wars. Actors in Star Wars, they have to be in Marvel.
Was she in something?
She was the like leader of the tribal people who show up at the end of Solo.
Oh, I didn't watch that shit.
Actually, I find that like of the Disney Star Wars movies, like Solo performed the worst because it came out right after Last Jedi and people were mad and protesting. I actually think Solo is the least bad of all the movies Disney has made. And like just the movie, obviously Mandalorian is good, but
yeah, that's not a movie.
But yeah, like I feel like Solo was super unnecessary. All it did was show us things we've already heard about in his backstory. Like, oh, we have to see what the Kessel Run is. We have to see how he met Lando. We have to see how he won the Falcon in the card game. We didn't have to see any of that.
No.
It's a completely unnecessary movie, but it's not bad.
I meant to watch it just because that's the only one I have not seen.
Rogue One is far more pointless, and the sequel trilogy is just outright bad.
The only thing I really liked about Rogue One was fucking Caecilius, but he died.
Yeah.
Fucking, and really, just Caecilius' shit, like through that first 20 minutes or 30 minutes of the movie, like that bit, like that shit. Like after that, I was like, okay, cool, that was a good movie. Let's end it.
I don't know. I was put off from the very beginning when the Imperial shuttle lands, and they land like a mile from the house.
But dude, they had to walk all slow, and they were fucking scary.
Yeah, what the fuck?
and Talos was leading them, and he had the sickest white cape on. Just the most fascist dude in the world, and it was blowing. It was sick.
You know what?
I like this music. Other than Talos, right now.
Other than Talos, that guy Ben Mendelsohn plays the same character in everything he's in.
He absolutely does.
Like that character he's playing in Rogue One, the villain he's playing in Ready Player One is the exact same fucking guy. I don't know if it's typecasting or lack of range or what, but he's got a niche.
He does. He plays that dude. It's not. He plays.
I'm
that
actually
thing
like. I'm
well.
actually kind of glad that Talos turned out to be a good
Easter
guy.
eggs.
Just because it's different for him.
Now they don't go to the other bar there, right?
No.
They don't go to the Princess Bar.
They don't go to the Princess Bar.
They just show us the Princess Bar. Make sure that we know it's there.
That's to establish the like Madripoor is basically Marvel's version of Thailand. And Thailand is the place you go when you're looking for some like weird prostitutes. Okay,
I'm pretty sure that the
that's
Princess
what it's
Bar,
famous for.
Isn't the Princess Bar where Wolverine worked?
I don't know. I don't want to know.
I'm pretty sure that was the bar. Which is why they showed it. It's a little gratuitous of a thing. If it is, I thought it's like, but I'm not complaining. Obviously. It's like, oh, this is where Wolverine works whenever he's patching out.
Yeah, Wolverine. Like I don't remember what bar Patch worked at.
it's fine. Like Madripoor as a whole kind of still does that. Kind of solves the whole thing for me. He was here. This is Wolverine was doing shit here, and Gambit does shit here too.
It's like I said at some point in a previous episode. That may have been the episode we recorded and aren't uploading because it was just episode 1.
Were those snake balls? Were those reproductives?
I don't know. I don't know snake anatomy, man.
I don't either, but you know.
Look, it's weird to put any part of a snake in a glass of alcohol.
Absolutely. So it's like, why did you pick this part specifically?
But what I was trying to say is that, like, look, the fact that they're able to use the location of Madripoor is like the barest hint of, hey, we have access to X-Men things now.
Yeah,
and I'm glad that they're taking it slow introducing X-Men things. Like, I didn't need Wolverine to show up.
You didn't need Magneto to be in this show too?
That is not necessary.
Ian McKellen shows up in Falcon and Bucky show.
There are no doors in this show in which Magneto is on the other side.
I know, listen, I'm not gonna go that far. Like, this is fun.
This is a good bit.
And I just always like hearing the fucking Winter Soldier theme. It's fun. I dig it.
It doesn't have the scream noise in it, does it?
What scream noise?
Oh wait, there was the scream noise.
There it is. Boom, right there. Yeah.
Okay, it is the full Winter Soldier theme song.
Yeah, even though he's cosplaying as a Winter Soldier, I like his Winter Soldier costume. It's kind of sick.
It's literally just a one-armed jacket.
But it's like kind of red. I've never seen him wear something kind of red before.
It is.
It's not red like his.
Here. Like it was. It's usually just a plain black one, but.
I dig it. It looks good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, you will.
You good?
I mean, the important thing is that he's showing the mechanical arm. That's how everybody knows, oh shit, it's the Winter Soldier.
It is. And I mean, look, honestly, this is good. When I was watching this shit, I was like, Zack Snyder. But no, way too much color, dude. Look at all this color everywhere. Whew. There's like two colors at once on the screen. Like, dude.
Yeah, right?
That wall was red over there. There was some green at the same time.
No, if it was Zack Snyder, they would have been walking even slower. It would have been raining somehow, and they would have played the entire song.
And it would have been like an actual like needle drop thing. Like that was like opera or some shit. It was, you know, it would have been like an actual song. Three writers were approaching apparently.
Smiling tiger.
This chick.
What's the offer?
I'm still confused about something about her. Who the fuck cares? She dies in a second.
Yeah. I mean, the point is that she's like a low-level gangster that Zemo knows, and they're trying to make connections to get to the fucking power broker and where this shit came from.
But I cannot tell who fucking shot her.
Well, this is spoilers, but I think Sharon shoots her.
That is the main assumption, but whenever she talks to them,
because we're gonna see there's a sniper who helps them out through the action scene that's coming up, and then Sharon comes out and she's like,
she does.
It's like, was she the sniper or was the sniper someone on a team she's leading? I think she was working alone. I think she's the sniper.
She says a line that makes it sound like she didn't kill her, like that, like she. I don't know. It was weird. We'll get there. But maybe I'm crazy.
I'm fairly certain she's the sniper.
Before you get all cute, don't think you can.
We do see this other lady with her though at the end of this episode. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I think that was like some secretary, because like
secretary.
We find out that since the Registration Act, since the Sokovia Accords, Sharon has been a wanted criminal. She didn't get pardoned like all the Avengers did because she wasn't there when they fought Thanos. Apparently she went on the run to Madripoor and is now like
doing just
involved
fine.
In crime.
Doing very well for herself.
Yeah, she's like selling stolen art. So I guess she has money and has like a fucking secretary, some kind of
she's doing well.
person who drives the limo for her or whatever.
In this episode. I think that she goes a little too far with this shit. But, you know, she's doing fine.
It's a bit off-putting. Like, they were trying to give her a personality because people, like, thought she was nothing in the movies. I think they went a little far, yeah.
It's a thing. I haven't seen my dad in whatever years. Bucky's like, I haven't seen my dad in, like, 100 years, bitch. Like, shut the fuck up. She's got Monets.
We have a real problem now, so leave your weapons and follow my lead.
I don't know. Maybe she did, but
I like how the bounty's in Bitcoin.
Was that was Bitcoin?
That was Bitcoin.
I didn't.
1,000 Bitcoins for their head.
I didn't think about it, but then it was like, yep, that's Bitcoin. There you go. And I'm pretty sure that Bucky would be way ahead of him. Because we saw him outrun a fucking semi-truck. That's the thing.
Yeah, see, Sniper. I'm pretty sure that's Sharon. Like,
that's Sharon, definitely, 100%. That is Sharon.
That was Sharon, yeah.
Well, this is too perfect.
And there she is.
But hang on, she says
I mean, she got down to the street pretty fast. She's like, Jason Voorhees teleporting, like,
yeah,
Jason takes Manhattan, he's on the street, and then suddenly he's in a second-story window.
Okay, this thing. What did she say?
Well, that explains why you guys are here, and Selby's dead.
So what are you doing?
That doesn't sound like someone who shot her just now.
I also took the wings for your
like she said, that explains why Sylvie's dead.
It's awkwardly
and she
worded.
Say that if she
it is
shot
awkwardly
her.
worded, but I feel like she's the one who shot Selby, so she shouldn't be complaining.
It's odd, but maybe that was just like an unintentional clunk.
My father doesn't know where I am.
Listen,
it's fine. Nobody cares about Selby. I mean, yeah.
I'm just saying, like, this is the only episode where they're in Madripoor, so I don't think they're going to reveal that there was also a second sniper.
No, I mean, most likely.
I think Sharon was watching their meeting through the windows and saw that Sam's phone call outed them and it was about to go bad, and so she had to shoot Selby to save them, and that's what she's mad about.
I mean, that is the smoothest option. And like I said, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
It's true. You know, half the artwork in museums like the Louvre is fake. Little stuff sits in places like this.
Just Googles it.
Okay, guys, I see what you're doing. You're more world.
You know what I think would have been a nice touch?
The Infinity Gauntlet.
That suit of armor in the case, if it had been Silver Samurai armor.
Oh, that would have been a nice touch. You're right.
But I'm pretty sure it's just European Knight armor.
What's going on, Sharon?
That would have been nice. But if it was Silver Samurai, it would be kind of weird.
I guess Silver Samurai and the Hand also have ties to Madripoor, because it's like...
it would have been a thing.
You know the whole sheriff thing's a joke, right? I mean, the way you gave up that...
Like, anytime Wolverine is Asian adjacent, Silver Samurai shows up.
They do. That's a thing.
Don't get me started.
I don't buy her as the cynical, you know.
Yeah, it's not working.
I think the actor does fine with the other stuff, but this stuff is like.
Kind of awful now.
Morgenthau and at least 7 others have taken.
It's a little much.
You guys really should steer clear of all of this for your own safety.
We know it's a risk, but we're not going to leave until we find the.
It's they tried a thing. Didn't work. I don't think it's gonna last because, like, we see her briefly in episode 4. They call her for help with something, and she's more like regular Sharon. I mean, it's just a short phone call, and she's like, "Oh, you need resources? I got a thing." Blah blah blah.
She's not Scarlett Johansson enough. I think that she does a better job of writing a line and kind of being gray and dirty when she needs to be.
Yeah, like the I've done things in my past.
This chick is just kind of pouty about it. Like,
yeah.
I didn't get to go to prom and I'm sad. Maybe I'm a little harsh.
No, I mean, I agree with you.
Well, I sell to lay low and enjoy the party. Try to stay out of trouble. I'll see what I can find.
Trouble.
Everybody's favorite scene.
It was pointed out on the Discord that this scene has some real Tobey Maguire and Spider-Man 3 energy.
It does.
Daniel Bruhl, I mean, he wears his hair the same way. He has a bit of a Tobey look to him.
But when they walked in here, I was like...
There it is. Right there, pumping the
Zemo's
fist.
gonna dance. Like, this, I think that bitch is gonna dance in here.
Here we go.
But I mean, like, he doesn't give a fuck what anybody thinks. Like, that's kind of a deal.
Well, it's just, I mean...
Whatever.
I don't want to make, like, a blanket statement of, like, all Europeans go to, like, raves, and this is just the way they are, but I have seen it a lot on TV.
That's true, too. That is, yeah.
Like, whenever a movie wants to show you Europe, it's always a German dance party.
It is. Techno club, 3 a.m.
Yeah. It's always the same thing.
That checks out. Man, this guy.
Hey, Sharon, you sure this is the right one?
It's completely empty.
Positive it has to be.
Yeah, of course the shipping container has a secret door in the back.
It's a bat cave. I'm sure Zemo has 3 of them in the same fucking shipyard. He does! That's one of them! He has one! It has a car.
Well, I'm not sure that was his car that he steals at the end of this sequence, or if he just found a nice car in one of the shipping containers and stole it.
That seems convenient. But, I mean, you could be right. It could be either way. It wouldn't be that surprising if he did.
I mean, this whole shipping, like, obviously the reason that the power broker put this guy up in here is because this is his criminal shipping area, and it's full of stolen goods.
You're right, yeah.
So there being a fancy car in one of these containers totally makes sense.
That's the thing. Boy, this guy right here. So I need you to come in.
Everybody
and
in
give
this
us
episode, everybody who appears in this episode has interesting taste in music.
This Madripoor bitch. How do you like the way that Madripoor looks in the MCU? Just how they handle the city and whatnot. I feel like they could have gone a lot of directions with it.
I know you've heard of him too, right?
I'm not gonna say like, oh, they could have had more lady boys on the street.
Well, no, I wasn't. Yeah.
Look, I got the fucking Singapore, Thailand vibe they're going for.
I mean, it was pretty fucking anime looking, to be honest. I thought it was pretty cyberpunk.
It definitely you get the message that this is fucking some criminal area of city where fucking black market stuff happens.
But it doesn't look poor. It doesn't look like run down or anything like that.
No, it's all like the neon bar signs and the nightclubs.
She's gonna kill everybody. That does a good face.
This is the first time Sharon has really seen action in an MCU thing.
Now.
Okay. I was brought in to hide
Yeah.
the soldier program.
Exposit, bitch. Right now.
Okay, so
I was recruited by the CIA.
Hydra hired him after the guys in Siberia turned out to be failed experiments, which is why the guys in Siberia were kept in the tubes. So, did Zemo not need to kill them? Would they have not worked out?
No, I think, well, no, I got the vibe that they were failed because they weren't controllable.
Yeah, maybe they were a bunch of Blonskis.
Because I mean, we saw it in the flashbacks. Like they were fucking killing a couple scientists back in the.
Yeah, they had anger problems. That's right. I remember. They were emotionally unstable.
Too hype.
Before I was able to complete my work, I turned to dust. Then when I returned, it was 5 years later.
It was 5 years later.
The power broker was more
vials did you make?
20.
I feel like I've seen this actor in something before, but I can't place him.
Yeah, I had that feeling too.
He's like
Power broker has plans.
familiarly nerdy and shady.
I don't know where she is, but if
Yeah,
called and
yeah.
asked if I could help someone.
That's why they. I mean, that's why he's here. He has that look.
Poor woman
Yeah,
with
yeah.
tuberculosis.
Come
They got
here.
the right guy for the part.
Look weird.
Displacement camps like that.
Look backwards, kinda.
Yeah, he looks like a crazy scientist. Like this guy could play the fucking Scarecrow in a Batman thing.
It's like we need somebody who lives underground and is wiry and weird and, you know. You. Come on, Sharon.
She's handling business.
Come on, man. This guy. No. Way to go, dude.
Had to hype himself up to get shot.
Well done.
It's gonna be alright. I'm gonna turn the corner. I'm gonna get her. No, I'm not.
It's gonna be good. I got this. The boss and the boss and
I
the
don't
boss.
got
We're
this.
seriously out of time here.
Yeah.
There it is.
Do it. What do you mean, what did you do? I'm Zemo. Do you know what I'm about?
Literally, his whole thing is getting rid of superheroes and anything that can make superheroes. All right.
I talk about it a lot.
Literally thinks anyone with powers is a Nazi.
And I mean, look, even without Zemo, anyone who makes super soldier or anything is cursed. They're gonna die really soon.
Now, I don't know that this explosion needed to be CGI. I feel like you could blow up a shipping container practical for fairly cheap.
I think it was a little too big.
Alright, wait for my signal.
I feel like it was so big, it's like, wow, they're just kind of walking out of there, okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Whatever. Listen, fine.
It's fine. It's
Boom!
fine.
Explosions.
It was very brief. It's not ruining the episode or anything for me.
We can't, hit anything. See, she's complaining about it 5 minutes ago.
She's whiny. I don't like it.
Yeah, you know.
You went the wrong way. I'm clearing the way. I came out first. You're supposed to follow me.
Hey, where are we now?
Got time.
You did it. It's in every aspect.
I like that you said that.
So Zemo puts on the masks just to shoot some people and then takes the mask back off. Was he afraid of them seeing his face and being like, Zemo's on the good guy's side now?
I mean, I feel like that's the deal. Like, the mask is so nondescript and whatnot. It's just like, it's just a practical cover my face so they don't know it's Baron Zemo. And Baron Zemo is
I mean,
probably
he kills
well
them all.
known.
What witness is going to be like...
You know.
Also, didn't people already see Zemo and Sam and Bucky running away from the fucking nightclub last night?
It was dark. This guy, fuck you.
Wasn't the bounty for like
Was
these
Zemo on
three
there?
guys, and one of them is obviously Zemo?
Well, this guy's not Zemo. He's Night Monkey. Clearly, that's who this is.
Right.
He's in Madripoor.
Supercharged.
We're going back to jail.
Do you want to fight Charlie or not? He's right. We need him. And there's two of us and at least 20 of them. Come on.
Fine. But if you try that shit again,
I like nice cars and fancy champagne and fur coats now.
You know, it's fine.
You didn't know that about me, but now you do.
And I also like that he's not fucking like running away. He could have got away.
Yeah, you stayed. I was surprised.
you're not gonna move your
It's
seat.
fine. I mean, but it also adds up. Yeah, nice callbacks.
And there's the move your seat up reference. Had to do one of those.
He has a very clear and obvious goal. He wants to take out Carly, as he should.
Right,
And
right.
And they're on the way to Carly, so that's just like the easiest way to get to her. Yeah, I'll ride along with you guys. I ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, see, I think that was just her fucking secretary.
Look at the X-Men shit. Did you see that shit?
Did I? Yeah, it's like it's an X.
It's very X-Men weird, but I don't
I
think
think it
that's
means do not enter, though.
It probably does. I don't think this is the door.
That is not the door.
Not yet, but we're
Magneto
getting
is not on the other side.
Oh man, we keep doing this. In the next episode, she has another like sidekick who's walking around with her.
Well, yeah, there's like 3
and
of
he
these
tells his
guys.
sad story. And then, boy, that guy.
But yeah, like I was saying during episode 1, I think this guy is the guy that stomps in what was his name, Torres?
Yeah. I think
Stomps
it is.
on his face.
Professor Carly Morgenthau. Bit of a tough profession in Madrid for now.
I never thought I'd end up there. But then, when everybody returned
But yeah, I don't.
on the street, I knew that it was the only place.
I don't like how much like kind of leeway the narrative seems to give her thing. Like other people in the story, you're like, "Ooh, maybe she doesn't."
Well, I think they wanted to give you a reason why, like,
But it was worth it. Because this
she finds support, like why people in Europe are willing to like let her stay at their hostel for free, or like give her food,
Yeah,
or
I
like
get that. I don't get Falcon for a second being like, maybe there's something they they have a conversation for a second in the next episode, just a little bit about it. But I just don't think it has a fucking leg to stand on. But maybe we talk about
I
it.
just think Sam is the kind of guy who, if he can avoid a fight and bring someone in like peacefully, will try
definitely. He was doing that in that episode.
I don't think he's like trying to forgive her and get her to like join the good guys. I think he's trying to get her to turn herself in.
But no, he was just having a conversation with Bucky. They were talking to themselves. He's like, maybe this she's not so whatever, and maybe she does have a point or whatever. It's
Well,
also
we also
weird
find
because he
out
wasn't
like
there.
we also find out that Sam agrees with the Flag Smashers about how people who've been displaced by the blip are not getting the support they need, and it's unfair because he himself is one of them, as we saw with the boat at the bank.
That's the thing. This man.
So he understands where she's coming from. He's just like, but that doesn't give you an excuse to blow people up, man.
It doesn't? Shit.
I think that's what. Like, the point of the narrative isn't so much to make her sympathetic. It's to show that Falcon is in a similar situation to she is, and he's like doing, he's not using that as an excuse to like steal things and blow people up. And he's like trying to reason with her that's bad.
It is a thing, but and the one thing that's really weird about that. This is a weird conversation, actually. Hang on. I found my.
This one about the shield.
I found my Agamotto. We're fine. Okay.
Right. Use the time stone.
Spared no expense. So we haven't talked about this stuff yet, and we should. It's important.
Maybe I made a mistake.
So, just for the record, when you rewound it, I lost audio.
Did you lose audio? Oh shit!
I can hear you.
Well, that's almost as good.
But yeah, this conversation.
Well, here I can just do that for you. That's easy. Hang on.
I think it shows that Bucky probably completely understood why Steve chose Sam over him.
Yeah.
But now, after the fact, seeing what Sam has done with that choice is like, I wish I had the shield. I would sooner be Captain America than let this John Walker guy have it.
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely. He's not saying
And
like.
while Sam
I
is
should have
still
done
sticking
it.
to his thing of nobody should be Captain America but Steve. And if Steve's not going to do it, I should have thrown the shield in the trash. I should have destroyed it. And Bucky's like, whoa, that shield means something to people, including me.
That's at this point
Look, if
in
you don't
episode
want it-
1, I think that was a plausible stance that Falcon had. But like as we've gone along, and at this point now, it's like no. At this point, like there actually is a need for something, and there is a need to fucking. That's not what that shit's about, and they're doing
Yeah,
it really
I think
weird.
we're clearly seeing that. Like, look, there are going to be. Okay, the audio's back.
Okay, good.
Good job. So, there is continually going to be a world that has supervillains and terrorists and people in it whom you would send superhuman soldiers against.
Uh-huh.
So the best case scenario isn't to not have a Captain America, it's to have a Captain America who's a decent person.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need a Captain America because of super soldiers running around. You have to have something that needs a Captain
If anybody's
America.
going to have the shield, it should at least be someone you can trust.
Captain America is... Well, you bring him in, at least in the MCU, they've been pretty consistent about it. You bring him in when there's, like, something fucked up societally or some injustice that's going on, and that's what he comes in and he does good with it. And we didn't have that so clear in the first episode. But now, it's like, oh, we get more about this world. We see Isaiah now. We know more about what these guys are doing. It's like, oh, there is fucking Captain America shit that needs to be going on here. There's bullshit going on with our own government, with these guys.
When S.H.I.E.L.D. was around, these are the kinds of things S.H.I.E.L.D. dealt with. And S.H.I.E.L.D. went away, but the things they would deal with didn't go away.
No, they didn't go away. But, like, yeah, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a good example, though, and that's what the injustice was that needed Cap. That was Steve was all about and standing up for it, and them going to Hydra, them being Hydra all along, and him getting rid of all that shit.
Right. Well, we also saw this in WandaVision, that they have a whole division for robot shit now.
Yes.
Like, S.W.O.R.D. is basically another S.H.I.E.L.D., so, like, there's always going to be... They're going to keep creating, agencies to deal with super stuff.
They are.
And these agencies need agents. And it's a bad idea for those agents to be, not people who you can, like, count on to not be an asshole.
It's a thing.
So yeah, there's always going to... The world will always need a Captain America of some kind.
I'm gonna go on a walk.
And Sam was naive to think the S.H.I.E.L.D. would be retired and stay in a museum.
That was very, It's like, dude, I mean, come on, let's be honest. The trend continues from WandaVision to this show. You handed that shield to a very white man. You know? Something bad's gonna happen,
he handed
dude.
it to a guy who... Look, I don't know who that guy is. The guy who was, like, bald with a beard, who was at the Smithsonian, but was also at the press conference where they first unveiled John.
No, but he was a very white man.
Because if he's there for the John Walker stuff, then he's not just a guy who runs the Smithsonian. Sam should have been handing the shield to whoever's in charge of the Smithsonian.
No, you're right.
At least then it would be like more of a surprise that it didn't stay in the Smithsonian. I gave it to Smithsonian Man.
Yeah, we know, and you know, and we know you know. And we know you know that she knows.
And I didn't see Wakanda stuff coming, but I should have. It seems fairly obvious in retrospect, like in hindsight. It's like, oh right, you know, Zemo did kill their king.
He did. Yeah, well, that's a
they do
that's
bring
a big fucking
that
deal.
up.
I didn't think that they would bring him in though for like a lot of reasons. One of them being
you tend to figure like Wakandans stay in Wakanda because Wakanda is used to being isolationist.
But clearly they're not about that anymore. But we see them leave in Wakanda at the beginning of Black Panther.
That's like the whole plot of Black Panther is T'Challa going, we're not going to be isolationist anymore. So I shouldn't be surprised.
But even before that, they went to get Claw, who was out of Wakanda, and it's a very similar situation there as they're doing here with Zemo. I didn't think they would bring them in because at the end of this episode, I was skeptical. I was like, that might be a plot thread too many for like a 6-episode thing, maybe. Obviously, I don't think so anymore because I saw the next episode. And they handled it fine. But that plus, I was like, is it gonna be difficult for them to like skirt around any of the T'Challa shit? Like, what?
Well, I think they will just not mention it because I don't think think they've figured out what they're going to do yet about the fact that Chadwick Boseman is dead and that they went out in public and said we're not recasting. Like that was a look. I understand paying respects to Chadwick, but Chadwick Boseman is an actor who played Black Panther. He's not Black Panther. You don't have to kill T'Challa.
You and I have the same opinion about this.
And it's going to be weird if you do because he just spent 5 years dead and then came back from the blip. And since you don't have an actor to play him, you're going to have his death happen off screen? Fucking what? How do you tell a story like that?
It's really fucking hard too because there's not many characters. Like you cannot take T'Challa's bullshit. You can't take T'Challa's character and divide it up and give it to other people or give it to someone else as a whole because T'Challa is very unique as a character, extremely unique, almost as unique as like a Steve Rogers. And you can imagine them doing that with a Steve Rogers, like, if Chris Evans had died, we're just gonna kill Steve. Whoa!
Yeah, I can't imagine any character who was important to the story of their fucking movie, and then you go in the next one, they died off screen.
And and especially with that because that movie made such a big splash, and like everybody loved Wakanda shit after that shit, and people got so on board with Black Panther from the start. And loved that shit, the whole deal, and all of a sudden, like this dude's a hero. All of a sudden, a giant hero.
I just think when Marvel they made that announcement that they're not going to recast, they painted themselves in a corner, and until they figure out how to get out of that corner, they're just not going to talk about. They're just not going to mention T'Challa.
I mean, I don't blame them. It's hard not to mention him, especially, I mean, in the narratives as we keep going here. And that's what I was worried about, like, at the end of this episode, right here, not the next one. I was like, is that going to be a thing? Like, I mean, if they're here to get T'Chaka's killer, T'Challa might have something to say about that. He might be have a stake in that, too. But so far, like, I'm jumping ahead because you haven't started the episode yet. They handled it well.
But so far, they simply haven't, like, mentioned anything about who sent them. Like, they don't need to. It's enough to know these are the secret police of Wakanda, and they've come to get Zemo because, of course, they have. That's all you need.
They handled it well. Listen, I'm with you. This was 6 years ago, so this was 1 year before Snap.
Not Civil. It was 1 year before Infinity War.
Right. And we've seen this chick before. She's not brand new.
No, she is one of the Dora Milaje.
Winter Soldier music.
Is it gonna play the scream?
Not yet. I don't know if they did that. She's like, listen, you're not going to hurt anybody. I'm not going to let you.
I wonder how, it was Marcus and McFeely wrote Civil War, right?
Was it?
Hasn't it been, they've been the same guys working with the Russos and all the Russo stuff?
I don't know that. Is that the case?
Well, I think they also wrote Cap 1, which was Joe Johnston directing. I think they wrote all the Cap movies and then Infinity War and Endgame.
That sounds right.
Because I was going to ask, I wonder how they decided what words would be the Winter Soldier trigger words.
Oh, because they weren't in the comics? That wasn't like, it didn't work. It wasn't the exact same situation. They didn't just pull out,
it's like,
okay.
9 homecoming freight car. They didn't. That's not from the comics.
Okay. I said it in the other one that didn't happen. We didn't record anything else. Listen, props to Sebastian Stan for this scene, by the way. That shit was hard. That shit was hard.
Crying is the hardest part of acting.
Like, you have to look at this thing. You have to make faces, and you're just
going for it. I pointed out some movies. The actor can't cry, so they have to CGI the tears in.
It's
that's the thing they do now, but. No, if you're a good actor, you don't need that shit.
Yeah, Sebastian Stan nutted the fuck up, and he went in there and did that shit. GG's.
The man who chose us, who chose me to protect him.
I understand.
Very little, if anything.
What's this? What's her name? Io?
Is it?
I think that's what they say. Because I'm remembering ahead to a scene we're not to yet where he says her name. I think it's while they're fighting over Zemo.
Spoilers!
I think her name is Ao, like A-Y-O.
I like that name fine. It sounds like it's easy to say if that's her name. I like it. There's some of them are hard.
But,
here's my balls. There we go. GG's.
Didn't he pick up 3 of them? I think he only handed her back 2. Maybe I'm remembering.
Oh, damn. Yeah, dude. Listen. He's thinking ahead.
Well, the Wakandans are here.
So,
Got us some more time. So you follow?
is this...
Can you be so sure?
Is this a place that Zemo owns, or is this a hotel they're staying
I think he
at?
said that at the end of the last episode. Whatever they said, Madani, whatever, and she had died.
He said that he has stayed here before, but that doesn't really answer whether he owns it.
I thought he said he
or
had a
it's
place. Or he could have said, I know a... I don't know if he said, I have a place or I know a place. That would be the question.
I think he said, I know a place.
Okay. I mean, either way, they have plenty of room here. This is not a...
Yeah.
It's not a room. Would be like a suite or some shit like that.
I have the will to.
It's nice. Look at those fucking stained glass windows.
She's just a kid. You're seeing something in her that isn't there.
I do wonder how old she's supposed to be.
She's a supremacist. The very concept of a super soldier will always trouble people.
I imagine the reason they're giving Zemo so much time as a member of the team, as opposed to him like running away and going rogue right away, is because they want to prepare the audience to see him this way, so that when they do the Thunderbolts, it will be a more natural transition from villain to anti-hero.
Okay.
Which I'm for it. I like spending all this time with Zemo and seeing him like...
Dude,
like
Zemo's making me happy.
It's strained, but getting along with, quote-unquote, the good guys.
Right now.
It is, it's a thing.
Yes. From my understanding,
What's he got?
Yahoo is like a pillar of the community, right? So when I was a kid, my TT passed away.
Yeah, that.
Your TT? Yeah, man. My TT, yeah.
Who is your TT?
What does TT stand for? I want.
That's what I heard whenever I was rewinding this shit and backing it up. So I forgot about TT. Zemo says it.
Worth a shot.
Your TT.
Your titty will be proud.
Yeah, that's where my brain went.
Yeah, I mean, come on, dude. Yeah. Your titty? Yeah, dude. My titty. Look at this place.
So I did end up looking up Flag Smasher, the comic book character, because I didn't really care, but it's at a certain point I got curious.
Sure.
Like Flag Smasher is not one of Captain America's particularly famous villains.
No. It does like kind of like a weird Space Ghost type vibe, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got like a white costume with a hood like that. Yeah, it's kind of Space Ghosty.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it is a dude. It's Carl Morgenthau. They fucking gender bent the character for the show.
Well, that's fine.
It's fine. The thing that I found most amusing though, is that I mean the characters' motivations and stuff other than the costume are all pretty much accurately represented here. Like Flag Smasher does have a group, okay? But in the comics, the group is not called the Flag Smashers. It really should be, because the comic group's name is stupid. It's Ultimatum, which is a fucking acronym, which stands for
That's a big acronym.
Underground liberated,
No.
totally integrated, mobile army to unite mankind.
That was not a tough choice.
Yeah, I'm glad they called them the Flag Smashers.
Dude's like, I don't know if we want to lose that though, man. I don't know.
Oh boy.
I don't know.
I will say, like, the group Ultimatum does have classier outfits. Like, they're all, they sort of look like French revolutionaries. They've got, like, the popped color jackets, but they're all color coordinated in white, and they have, like, white masks.
That sounds like it might
Like
look
berets.
like they're a little more funded and resourceful than these
Yeah,
guys are
yeah,
supposed to
it
be.
does make them look more put together, a little more organized.
These guys are supposed to be all scrappy and, like, you know,
That's fair.
we're down on our luck or whatever this shit is. We're not getting the same resources
I'm
everyone else
just
is.
saying they have fashion sense in the comics, which is weird because their names suck so bad.
That's not a good name.
What happens when people say they're going
This
to
guy,
nothing. The Global Repatriation Council promised.
I think this guy, it happens from time to time.
That was 6 months ago.
Well, what's your name? Maybe I can make a.
I mean, look,
I think
teachers.
he's too attractive for this role. Like, I see it's like, it looks a little too, you know, like, you go, I'm gonna date myself at this point. You go to
His haircut
Abercrombie
is
and he's
very
on the wall
clean.
somewhere.
I'll grant, like, it looks like he just got the back of his neck done. Like, if this guy's like a refugee, we're not refugees, we're displaced peoples. And,
okay, yeah, we got it,
but,
dude.
like, yeah, like, you look like you got a haircut yesterday, bro.
You're very
Maybe
put
the
together.
production design
Cool,
could
stylish.
have been a little more
Hipster
self-aware.
casual.
He was always my son's favorite.
He has a son.
I like how Zemo's technique here is literally just give candy to children.
I mean, come on, don't overthink it.
I mean, I don't know how it is in Europe. I know in America we're taught not to talk to strangers with candy. Like, the candy is the biggest red flag.
I mean, yeah, it is. But over here, dude, they don't have all this privilege. Look at them all.
That's true.
I mean, they probably never had Turkish delight in their life.
The hell is he doing?
I've never had a Turkish delight.
I probably have not either. What was that song he was singing? Did you hear the song?
They're very bad.
It was.
Donya's.
I know the song. I can't remember. Wasn't it Baba Black Sheep?
I don't. I was like,
I know
fucking
that
Zemo
song.
singing the song. I don't know.
Cute kids.
Yeah. GG's.
I know that song. Do you not know that song?
I don't know that song. I don't know the song. I have no idea what that song is.
I don't know. Are you like?
Do you want me to go back? What the hell? Hey, it's fine.
Do you need
It's
a
gotta be fine.
primer on children's nursery rhymes, or?
Do you have one? That would be
No.
okay.
I'm just saying, Baba Black Sheep is a song I heard when I was a kid.
Well, I was never.
It's
a
a
kid.
thing.
I'm glad that you had a childhood, sir.
It's not like a European thing. Everybody, I don't know how you missed it.
I missed it. Listen, my bad.
Then she's no different than him or anybody else we
Hey.
thought. She's different. She's not motivated by the same things.
See, I don't know if I buy some of this shit, but maybe he.
Well, again, it's
Comes around a
because
little
Sam is
bit
going
in a
through the
minute.
same shit with the bank and the boat. That's the only reason. He's like, I've been fucked over because I was dusted too.
And then this chick blew up a fucking place full of people.
Although she was fucked over because she wasn't dusted. She was fucked over by all the dusted people coming back.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's weird. It's. I like this shit. I like Zemo. He's like, wait, what? Hey, see that coming.
He's just going to extort you into that stupid head tilt.
He
No, I'm not.
untilts his head.
Yeah, he untilts it. Yeah. Hey.
Some cherry blossom tea.
I don't like you guys knowing what I'm gonna do. Stop that. That's my job.
Well, as nice as it is to hear a friendly voice, I can't help
Meanwhile.
but feel a favor coming on.
We found the camp.
Yeah, see, she's less of a bitch in this scene.
Yeah, it's
The funeral is later today, but he's holding us hostage with the information.
And that surprises you? So you don't want to go into this blind.
Sharon, listen. I know I owe you already, but we could use a trustworthy set of eyes on the camp. You got any more tricks in your bag?
I may or may not have access to a satellite or two. Let me see what I can do.
Thank you.
Hey, Sam. You gotta play this out. If Carly disappears, we're not gonna find that serum until it's
What?
too late.
What?
Huh?
I don't know. There's something.
I'm just letting the scene play. I don't have anything more to say about Sharon. She's not that interesting.
I'm sorry.
She's just giving us some info here.
Just find Carly.
I guess. I don't know what she did.
All right.
Okay,
So,
okay, she has her new partner who's gonna give her a new story.
I do wonder, like, it's a little convenient that she can get, like, access to a satellite when she's supposed to be.
It is, isn't it?
I mean, how powerful of a criminal in Madripoor is she now?
It seems like she's doing fine, to say the least. She's got employees.
Making more of us.
God.
My grandfather Lucas, he was
Oh,
a World
dude.
War II resistance fighter. He always used to tell me, if you're doing
Story
something
time.
and it makes you scared, it's probably because it's the right thing. And he fought Nazis, so.
Seems like good advice.
You know, when I was a kid, I was actually a Captain America fan.
Don't know if I should tease you about that yet or not.
So,
He made me believe
this
that
is the other guy.
in this world.
This is the other guy.
Because when I said, oh, there's the New Zealand guy,
Back then,
and we get his sad backstory. Now we're getting the other guy's sad backstory.
they need a leader who looks like them, who understands their pain.
And
he was a
this
Captain America
guy's sad
fan, huh?
backstory
Heroes don't have the luxury of keeping their hands clean.
was conveniently timed to come out in the same episode where he becomes plot relevant.
Yeah, it's a.
That shield is a monument to a bygone era. A reminder
They
of all
could
the
have.
people
They
history
could have.
All this bullshit that she says. She's like, what are you, like 20? A bygone era, dude. You barely been alive.
But first we pay our respects to Mama Daniel.
Well, she acts like she's fucking Magneto out here, like.
Yeah,
Dude,
I will grant. As time goes on, I find her less and less likable. Which is, I'm not sure how much of that is deliberately written that way.
I like how far away it is. They're going just down the stairs yelling. They're still going. We're not there yet.
He did that himself, technically.
All right.
This better be an unbelievable
Yeah,
explanation. Take it easy before it gets weird.
Yeah, dude.
I know where Carly is.
Let me turn this thing right.
Well, where? Well, all we know is it's a memorial. So we're going to intercept her there.
I mean, civilians, high risk of casualties.
All right, good. We'll move in fast. Take her by surprise.
No, I want to talk to her alone.
I'm not losing her again.
But the person closest to her died. She's vulnerable. If there's any time to reason with her, it's now.
But no, wait, no.
No,
Stop.
no.
Hold on, stop. Okay, I think we're way past
Man.
reasoning with her. Unless you forgot the fact that she blew up a building with people still in it.
I mean, this is a good point, but
Going hot and the op goes wrong, more people will die.
You gonna let him do this?
No,
I mean, he's just being impatient.
Walk into a room with
Like,
a super
at least
soldier.
if Sam talks to her, maybe he can get her to surrender, come in peacefully.
It's certainly reasonable and plausible that this would go down.
I don't know why Walker's in such a hurry to fight the people with superpowers that he doesn't have.
Well, yeah, you do.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I
you
do.
do.
It's because he wants the serum.
Yeah. He's emasculated. He feels
all come to an agreeable conclusion.
Well, I'm just saying, I think at this point he's already thinking, if I catch her, I can get the serum from her.
I just think that he thinks that he should be in control of the thing, and people should, like, I'm Captain
Well, I'm
America.
sure-
Captain America leads. Everybody falls in line behind Captain America. This is what happens because he's a no shit. Hey, nice money.
It's both things. It's like all of
It
the
is,
things.
yeah.
I'm just saying, I believe that at this point in the narrative, he's also thinking in the back of his head, these people stole serum. I can get me some of that serum.
I don't know if he's quite there yet. Like he's obviously on the cusp of that right now.
Yeah, I don't.
And
I
it's
just.
about
I don't
to stop
think
being a
it's-
question. In a minute,
There's
like
a
2 minutes.
moment coming up. There's a moment coming up where he like sees the serum.
Oh, yeah.
10 minutes.
I don't think it was like a sudden decision. Oh, it just now occurred to me. I can grab that and use it.
No.
I think I think he's like been hoping.
But I don't know how smart he is either.
Because there's a scene coming up where him and Lamar are sitting at a table chatting.
Oh yeah, having a coffee for some reason.
I believe he drops a line of dialogue in that implies that they wanted to be the ones to catch the Flag Smashers so they could get the serum from them.
I mean, yeah, it's not surprising. It's important there that Battlestar was like, you know, dude, if we can just bring her in without like a mess and a fight and whatever, we gotta do that. He's the reasonable dude here.
Well, yeah, Lamar is the one who's not under all the pressure, though.
Yeah, well, Lamar's not the one who, like, he's got his ass kicked. Hopkins, like, he's lost pretty much every fight that John has as well. But he's not, like, bitching about it. He's not and like, throwing a tantrum about losing.
Yeah, he is the guy who's chill about it. I'm just saying he's also not the guy who people are expecting to win because they're calling him Captain America.
Something like that. Yeah.
They impose struggle and hardship on us.
Yeah, Magneto, tell us about it.
For pushing back.
Like,
But the struggle is what brings us all together. People who have nothing in common.
I mean, that's really the difference. Like, in the comics, Flag Smasher would give a speech like this, but you'd probably react to it different because he's a grown-ass man.
I dislike, for just like a billion pure logical and stupid reasons, everything that she says and she's about, but the only thing that kind of makes me okay with it and that I buy it is because of how young she is. And how,
right,
like,
I'm sure that they're casting someone young and someone female for this part was not just to have diversity. It also like affects the narrative.
It changes things. You see, like, she's
like how you react to someone with the Flag Smasher ideology is different based on whose mouth it's coming out of.
She's had such little life experience that this bad situation is her entire life experience. But
yeah,
she has not had that much. And she's still fucking.
I tell you what,
What?
So the Flag Smasher in the comics, his origin story is that his dad was a rich Swiss banker who was trampled to death by a riot that was like political.
Oh, like in that first
and, like it was like Latverian
1?
refugees protesting or something.
Okay.
And that's what drove him to be like, the problem is governments and borders. If we were all one people, stuff like that wouldn't happen. Which is a lot more shallow than this.
I don't understand this. Like, they had that thing. They say that shit. One world, one people. When? What? Huh? What are you talking about right now?
Well, again, that's all about the way things were during the blip. All of these people.
For her.
Like, well, we also get like, she says she's an orphan and that she was raised by this Mama Danya. I don't know if she was a nun or just like ran this community center or what her deal was. But apparently this is the person who raised
clearly
her and the other people in the Flag Smashers because they're all orphans. And I guess like they're all a group of people who wherever they were staying or whatever jobs they were doing during the blip, they all got kicked out as soon as all the people came back.
Which is like
and a lot of that kicking out was being like kicked out of the country because like immigration changed when there were less people, and now that it's all going back to normal, they're being like deported.
But it's like you said, like fucking what? You want half the universe to be dead? Is that what you're saying?
Well, she wants them to leave the borders open and let people keep their jobs. But I don't know how her. Well, so that's the other thing. Like 2 episodes ago when she blew up that building. The reason they were attacking that building is that it was hoarding supplies that were supposed to be going to refugees, and they weren't giving them to the refugees.
Mm-hmm.
So it it started out as like helping people with food and resources and shelter, and it's gradually gotten more and more violent because that's the only thing these people understand. You know, it's escalation. which is not reasonable, but she's the bad guy.
It's not reasonable, and especially because of her age, it makes it sound like she's read a lot of these phrases in books, and she's applying them to her own life experience and their life experience. This is not actually a thing that exists, though. She doesn't understand it. And she's about to be understanding things more as this goes on, because, like I said a minute ago, she's so young and she's had such little life experience. So much shit is happening to her that is brand new, that she's having experiences for the first time in her life, and she's gonna have some more of that in a minute.
Right. It's all like this a political stance based purely on idealism that's unrealistic, is what the Flag Smashers are coming from.
It's a thing. But I mean, like, as we go on here, like, in their philosophy, fucking ducks, like, because it doesn't hold up. But it ducks, and it raises up the other thing.
That's what makes someone who resorts to terrorism the bad guy, is they often hypocritically, like, violate their own principles in the name of, like, sending a message and doing violence and shit that doesn't need to be done.
It's like, it's kind of like in for a penny, in for a pound. It's like, if I don't keep going, then that's me admitting that I was wrong, and I can't do that. So you have to keep rolling. You have to keep doing that shit, and it pushes you to somewhere that you know you're fucking going, because you actually didn't know where you were going all along. You didn't realize that, though. But I like how their shit obviously sets up John Walker and everything else for that story to come up, because those are the more intriguing stories, and hopefully Power Broker, whenever he shows up.
As soon as they kicked us out of our new homes and onto the street. People all around the world need me, millions of them.
And this is a good scene for Sam.
Yeah.
I like that he got to do some of this counseling shit.
I mean, that's like I said, a lot of this Sam relates to her and thinks she can be talked down stuff isn't to make her more sympathetic. It's to develop him.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that in this.
What if I'm making the world a better place?
Thing.
Because I mean, a lot of it is just to show a bigger dichotomy between him and Walker. Because it's like Sam is the guy who will try to talk down and avoid a fight, and Walker's out there impatiently like, I said I'd give him 10 minutes, but I'm going in now.
Yeah.
And it screws everything up when he does go in, because...
He's like, no, I'm... no, he's talking to himself.
She gets spooked and runs and gets away.
Yeah, he fucking ruins everything. It's not subtle. He's gonna just... No, I'm Captain America. Everybody listen to me. You know who I am?
Going in.
I'm like, dude, you're gonna... Dude.
This is all really easy for you, isn't it? All that serum running through your veins.
And I'm glad they used that really well in this episode, too.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Dormelage comes in here, and they don't have shit running through their veins.
Yeah, that is a, like, we're spoiling it a little bit, but
listen, if you're watching this, you'll watch this as your first viewing. Don't do that. You've already seen this.
We say that in several of these where we're like, don't watch us first.
And you see how shitty the video is? Don't watch, dude.
These corporations.
Yeah, look at this shit, dude.
I mean, you can't even see the episode, really.
Yeah, really.
Let me ask you. You have more serum?
But yeah, like when the Dora Milaje kicks Walker's ass, and he's like, they weren't even super soldiers.
Yeah, that's literally what he's doing.
You're killing innocent people.
They're not innocent. They're roadblocks in my journey, and I'd kill them again if I had to.
Oh.
No. I didn't mean it like that. You tricked me into sounding like
what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
He tricked you into sounding like an asshole. Okay.
Trying to take your home, Sam.
Maybe Zemo was right about the supremacist stuff.
Dude, I told fucking Zemo was right. That's the thing.
I'm not your enemy. I agree with your fight. I just can't get with the way you're fighting it.
And I'm sure she wouldn't either.
Carly Morgan.
Yeah, see, if Walker hadn't walked in right now.
No, Carly,
Tricking me
wait.
until your backup arrived.
No, I think we had enough time to talk.
You
Hey,
were not
let's take a-
This guy has not won a fight yet, and he's still marching in there with his chin up to Jesus, like I'm the fucking...
Did you just call him a Nazi when she pushed him over and ran?
Me? I didn't call him a Nazi.
I think Carly called Walker a Nazi.
Oh, Carly called him a Nazi? Did he really?
It was in the subtitles.
Okay, time stone.
So this is what that was?
No, Carly,
Tricking
wait.
me until your backup arrived.
No, I think we had enough time to talk.
You were
Hey,
not
why don't you
civil.
come-
Well, alright. They need to not jump. Like, it doesn't look that good.
It's
a little
little
wiry.
unnatural.
You see, it feels, you know, whatever. Dude, Zemo's so sick. He's he does good shit.
I lost her. This place is a maze.
Her whole like Oliver Twist look going on here. Fucking do it, yeah. I was cheering my ass off when I watched this as well. Hit her again! And I was like, how is she still alive? Because he's not a bad shot. We've seen him shoot.
Yeah.
And that was a lot of
Yeah,
shots.
I feel like he should have like hit her in the face, and that would have been it.
Like,
I think they were just like, we don't want to kill her yet, so it's a gut shot.
That's what it was. But it's okay because this happens. Do it, do it. Dude, I got high. This shit was sick.
This is what he's all about.
Stop that shit.
Oh, and then right in the face.
Yeah. That was one of the. That was
Really should've left the
definitely
mark.
the worst shield shot that we've seen. By worst, I mean like
Really
effective.
should have left a mark.
Yeah, that would have, boy. The head tilt.
Like broken your cheekbone.
I like the head tilt.
Yeah.
Putting it together slowly.
See, this is what it's all been leading up to. This is the show.
And if I put this inside me. But I didn't know what it was. Like I was like, is he gonna eat it? I don't know. I didn't. They haven't said if it's intravenous.
They don't show how you take it. Like it looks like a capsule you load into a thing and then like inject.
Yeah. I think that's what it is.
But they don't show him take it. Like he pockets it,
and
then later he has powers.
Like that shit kicks in super fast. Like a fucking 5-hour energy, but faster than that shit. Boy.
You know, when we first came together, I mean, what were the chances that we'd all be assigned to the
Is this that same guy?
To find people
Yes,
I
that's
would
the
know.
guy
People
Okay.
who was at the graveyard when she got the serum out of the tombstone.
thought we'd be.
He was a Captain America fan, dude.
But now I just wish there were a dozen more of us to fight.
Hey, we're still strong.
That's yeah. And there's all three of them. There's a New Zealand guy.
Yeah. What dude is?
Can't function with them on our heels.
I keep wanting to call him Vega. Just because he reminds me of the guy from Black Eyed Peas who played Vega. And it's a weird like
Oh, I see.
daisy chain there. It doesn't really work, but
Okay.
whatever. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. He has cool hair.
We cannot fight two wars and win.
I'll deal with the power broker when the time comes.
You're really
Will you
confident.
now?
No way that we can deal with Sam without getting involved in a direct fight.
I feel like the time is gonna come sooner than you expect it to.
And then we kill Captain America.
Dude, he was
See,
a
I feel
Captain
like-
America fan. He said that
I
shit.
feel like whatever you're doing in life, even if the current Captain America is an asshole, if you ever utter the phrase "and then we kill Captain America,"
Yeah, that's a
you
good point.
just become a supervillain.
That's that is an astute
It's not a very
observation. It's a
self-aware
thing.
thing to say. That's all I'm saying.
I like his medicine here. I agree.
He got hit in the face with a shield.
He did, but it wasn't thrown by a super.
Well, I mean, it's still the shield, though.
Oh, it's still no. I know. But I'm sure if John Walker throws that shit at the end, like
if I picked up a metal frisbee and I winged it at that speed at someone's face, they'd be in the hospital. That's a broken jaw, a cheekbone or something. Like,
we ain't time for that, dude. Come on. And it's important that we see in every way that John Walker is not effective right now in anything that he does whatsoever. It's very important to the plot. Nice arm.
Shouldn't have given him the shield. I didn't give him. Well, Steve definitely didn't.
All right, that's it. Let's go. I'm now ordering you to turn him over.
Hey, so you're wrong. And let's be clear, shield or no shield, the only thing you're running in here is your mouth. Now, I had Carly and you overstepped. He's actually proven himself useful today. And we're going to need all hands on deck for whatever's coming next.
How do you want the rest of this conversation to go, Sam? Huh? Should I put down the shield? Make it fair?
You have not won a fight against anyone.
See, now he's Guy Gardner. Now it's like when he gets to the point where he's like, all right, you want to fight? You want to go?
It's like, where is this confidence coming from? Because it's not coming from reality.
Hi, John Walker.
Boy.
Captain America.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah. In this scene, he's full Guy Gardner.
He's like, here, little lady, just, yeah, it's okay, stand back.
You might want to fight Bucky before you tangle with the Dora Milaje.
The Dora Milaje don't have jurisdiction.
The Dora Milaje have jurisdiction wherever the Dora
It is interesting that the Repatriation Council does have jurisdiction pretty much anywhere, it seems.
I think we got off on the wrong foot.
Yeah, like, how is Captain America having authority internationally?
That's what I thought. What was it, episode 2? No, 3. No, 2. They roll up in that place where he gets spit on in the face, and that was in Germany. That's like...
I think that was 3. I think that was the start of 3.
Okay, well, 3. I mean, like, but yeah, Captain America rolls out in Germany, goes in there, and, like, demands to see people like he has a warrant, all that shit. Like, it's war police shit. When did that happen?
Yeah.
It's official, though. Like, he's not off the whatever. Okay, I want to see him get his ass kicked again because it's fun.
Look, I think we got off.
Indecisive.
I like the choreography in this fight.
Yeah, it's good.
Timo just standing over
right
there.
This is a good. I like this scene. There's a lot of shit.
Like I feel bad for Lamar. Is what I.
Well done, John. You get in there, man.
Like fucking Battlestar over there is fighting 2 of them at once. He didn't ask for this. It's not his fault. John is a dick.
Later, guys.
Yes, Zemo's out.
That's the right move. This is getting more chaotic all the time. I'm just gonna... Dude.
This is just fucking cheap.
Yeah, it is really
That's
cheap.
dirty. That's
like,
a dirty
come on.
play.
Bust dumb here, James.
Come on! Like, dude. Right.
It's like the look on his face is that was a dirty play. Come on.
He didn't even know it was there. I don't think he knew. How'd you do that? Tell me how you did that.
Fucking take the shield.
We haven't even seen him do that with a shield once. I don't think. Do the cool kickflip?
No, he has not stepped on it to flip it up to his hand. That was a Steve move.
They could do that. No. You're right, man.
Say it.
Super soldier.
It's just sad now.
Sorta. Except,
I mean, he asked for it, yeah.
no, well, yeah, he did that, but that
I'm not sad for
No,
him.
yeah,
I'm
I know,
saying he's sad. Like, it's pathetic.
it is. To me, the saddest thing is that he's just now really, like, accepting that. It's like, you should have accepted that back in the first time you went up against the the super soldier.
Well,
chicks.
I'm sure he has like a very good combat record back when he was just in the military.
Oh yeah, dude. When you were throwing fucking
Like,
the
oh
shield
yeah,
at
I am a
trees.
really tough guy. They picked me to be Cap because I'm the best fighter.
Oh, did you see this video? I threw this thing. It's cool. Look at a coffee shop.
Yeah, hi. Thank you.
Boy.
Have a good day.
Oh, that's gonna be worth a lot on eBay after
this. Jesus. I didn't even think about that shit.
If you had the chance to take the serum, would you do it?
Hells yeah.
You wouldn't be worried about how it might change you.
I mean, power just makes a person more of themselves, right?
It almost like he's wearing like guy liner.
Steve Rogers.
And me?
I mean, actors are wearing makeup.
No, I mean, yeah, but
you know, for the camera.
We're talking about that. It's a different type of shit there with Hoskins.
I know what you mean. I'm just saying. Maybe he is wearing a little bit.
He probably is.
But the things that we had to do in Afghanistan, we awarded those medals felt a long way from being right. Being Cap is the first time I've had the chance to do something that actually feels right.
What have you done that feels right since being Cap? Getting spit on.
You know, this scene is the first time that to me his face has really looked like his dad. Like I'm seeing the Kurt Russell in there.
Really, dude? I think it looks like a motherfucking time.
In close-ups.
Hello?
This is another one of those villain moves that you know when you're saying it.
Yeah, when you're calling a guy's sister and threatening her family.
Her nephews, these kids. You know.
Flag smashers.
You know, in the
Revolutionaries, depending on whose side you're on.
when we originally recorded a review of just episode 1 by itself, which again is not going up because we decided to do all 4 in a row instead. We had talked about how amusing it is that they gave Sam a bunch of nephews so that they could call him Uncle Sam.
Yeah. I forgot about that. That was cute.
I like you.
I like that.
It reminds me of me.
Yeah, Uncle Sam. You gotta fucking give those kids.
Believe one thing. Believe this. My brother is not.
Be Uncle Sam. Don't someone do that too. Come on, man.
Uncle Sam should be Captain America. Yes.
Yeah. Cause look at these guys. You don't want anybody fucking looking at this guy, dude. Come on, dude. It's okay.
Instead of meeting Sam here,
He's figuring it out. He's getting there.
meet with you and AJ and Lil Cass.
I want to know how she got all this information, like the phone number,
out
and where
back
you live,
by the
and
dock.
name.
Those things almost are more interesting to me. Like, you know how
Yeah,
my
like,
fucking
what-
layout
what-
goes?
What intelligence does she have access to? Come on.
It's a little, you know.
She said what? Right, hold on. I know. Listen, pack an overnight bag and take the boys.
What happened?
Carly called Sarah. She threatened my nephews. Okay, go somewhere safe. Only pay cash. All right, let me know when you get
In case you're wondering what side you're on.
Look, I love you.
He threatened
I'll never
the
let
kids.
anything happen to you.
It's like, it's not subtle anymore.
Yeah, that's... Again, a little self-awareness, perhaps.
Who was that? I don't see who that was.
On the phone?
Yeah.
That was her, like,
Carly?
That was Carly, yeah.
Okay. I like that they
I'm
suit up
gonna
really quick.
give you a way to meet, so it was...
They get
fucking-
dressed really fast.
I'm going to assume there was a bit of a time jump there. Just a few minutes. so they could get their fucking clothes on.
No, they got some Asgardian tech that lets them do the morphin time. Dude,
I kind of doubt it. I think the Falcon suit just has a zipper.
The other one's better.
I don't want to hurt you. You're just a tool in the race.
I mean, I really do like when it's Asgardian morphin time.
Yeah, I mean, who
Like
dude?
he had it. It was an umbrella, and he fucking struck the ground, and the lightning.
And he
became
doesn't,
Mjolnir. That was
doesn't say
fucking
anything
slick.
about it. That's the important part too. It's not weird. Just do it. Don't talk about it. What? This is normal.
I mean, that's literally like. First of all, it's a callback to
the comic with John Blake.
Blake.
Yeah.
Not John. John Blake is
Not
the fucking.
John Blake. Damn.
John Blake is fake
Donald.
Robin.
Donald Blake. God.
Donald Blake. That's
Donald
the name
Blake,
I was
that's
looking. Donald. Yeah, it's a callback to Donald Blake.
Yeah.
Second, it just looks cool.
It does.
When people fucking lightning and it's like Shazam, you know?
And unlike the second Thor movie, like, dude, these are gods. Do cool shit. They're cool. They don't have
Yeah.
to like explain that, dude. They're fucking cool gods. Just don't do it. Nice gun.
I don't want to be made to believe that that stupid, overcomplicated vest Thor wears that he has to like pull it on over his head like
yeah,
clothing.
That's like that stupid like noob Cybot shit. Like, stop that. No. Run. That was dumb too. Like, everyone sees that coming.
How did he get grabbed so fast?
Battlestar like walked out of frame. Was like, oh, dude, he's gone.
Just yeah, it's like horror movie shit. Like the moment your eyes are off him, he's fucking gone.
Okay, at this point, did you get any spider sense about Battlestar? Or had you for the whole series?
You know,
before this point?
I was afraid that they'd kill him off. And then, like, see, they tie him up here, and later he gets free on his own, and I'm like, okay, he's gonna live, it's gonna be okay. And then... So I relaxed, and I should not have.
I started thinking in the episode before this one for some reason.
I was
Bad
kind of
guys use
afraid
knives.
that he disappeared, that he was going to be just already dead
Yeah.
when John found him.
I mean, yeah, I was afraid of that. I didn't know what was going to happen to him yet. What?
Or that, like, so the room they tie him up in, like, the camera focuses on this dripping water next to his head a lot. I thought he was going to look over and it was going to turn out to be a gasoline leak and he was going to explode.
Wait, did he already take it yet?
Yeah, he's already taken it.
Okay,
This is you don't find out until they cut back in a minute here.
Well, he throws the shield, and that's like they want us to look at it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's thrown the shield.
He does that into a fucking wall there. And it looks like a stonish wall.
That could just be plaster, and I would believe a regular guy could throw Captain America's shield into a wall and get it stuck. But that is like your first hint, sort of. It's the moment coming up here.
Yeah, I thought like
I'm
maybe
waiting
that
for
about
it. I'm waiting for it.
Battlestar. Maybe.
Right here.
Well, yeah, come on.
That's where you know for sure he took it.
And it was at this moment.
And then there, yep.
The last couple episodes I've been thinking like they're not. I mean, Battlestar maybe, but I don't know. But like right here when he was doing the thing, I was like, I'm getting. You don't think?
Yeah, see, there's this water dripping out of that faucet, and I'm like, why does the camera keep showing it?
Yeah,
What's important
that was
about the water?
And it was like
I thought it was somehow going to kill him.
and I like leaned over and I was like, yo, you got? I don't know. You think they're gonna kill Battlestar? And I was like, no, maybe not. I was like, probably not, right? I don't know, but maybe.
I was hoping they wouldn't, but
I was also
I was
thinking of that because of Patriot. I knew Patriot was coming up, and it sounds weird and gross, but sometimes that shit happens. There's like another really patriotic
like, oh, we
theme
can't have
to
too many black
American,
guys.
Yeah. The same kind of theme and whatnot. I was like, surely they wouldn't do that, but
Stay there.
yeah, thank you, dude. Yeah. Chill out. Now that guy's probably not dead. That's important.
Well, I mean, he has the serum, so he can probably survive being kicked through a wall. I like the wing clothesline.
Yeah. I like this counter he does.
See, this is more of the, like, I like when we get to see Falcon fight, and he, like, uses the wings in his fighting style, and he, like, uses the jet on his pack to, like, rush people like it's a fucking fighting game tackle.
All these bad guys with knives, dude. Always. You don't see, like, good guys jump in a fight and have these little knives.
No, because there's not much way to fight with a knife that doesn't result in, like, horrible stab wounds.
That shit's tight.
See, that's cool. I like
Get
that.
off my ass. Alright.
You're welcome.
Listen, this is annoying. I'm gonna be annoying. My wife gets mad at me because I do this. I was like, shut up. That was his human arm.
Yeah, it was.
Boom!
You're welcome.
And that was the big dude. With the long hair.
I mean, again, he does have the serum.
Oh, I know.
Bucky has more than just the arm.
Boom. Okay. Look.
Yeah, now I'm thinking, okay, he's gonna get stabbed, but no, that's how it happens.
And I was like, they did great.
What I kind of wonder though is why all the bad guys are shocked too.
Nightwing? I was like, did they just Nightwing this guy? Oh God.
It was much more embarrassing when it happened to Nightwing because he fucking like slipped and fell on a rock.
It was. I mean, like Damien hit him with a stupid shit, but yeah.
Yeah, but it was dumb.
It was dumb. But like, it's still a thing. It's like an accident, and it's also a thing that it's nice to see whenever like, it doesn't have to be a big, crazy, lethal thing for just something to go wrong. And
yeah, no, like, you get kicked so hard into the pillar that your head smacks off the fucking pillar and breaks your neck. Like, I get that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't happen that often.
I'm surprised there's not a blood stain on the pillar. Like,
well, no, this isn't Snyder.
Well, no, I just mean, like, not a lot of blood. There's about to be some blood.
But we don't even know if that's what killed him, though. Like, I thought it, like, snapped his neck in a weird way. And it could have.
Well, I assumed that what snapped his neck was hitting the pillar that hard.
Is not gonna
and
go
if
well.
you hit the pillar that hard, the back of his head should have smacked off the pillar. And, like, the back of his head should be bleeding. Also, why is Walker bleeding out of his ear right now? Yeah, maybe this is not what you want everybody to capture on their cell phones, is a picture of Captain America standing with a giant blood stain on his shield.
Whenever this was going on, I was like, this is sick. Because, yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's not good PR.
No, no, not at all. That's... But that's the thing. That's the thing that,
This is how you get canceled.
Is it?
I mean, I don't know what Twitter looks like in the MCU right now, but this is usually the kind of thing.
I see what you're... Okay, yeah. Yeah,
This is the hashtag John Walker is over party.
And I don't think there would be another side of that argument. That would be weird.
No, there's no defense.
I want to not him fucking killing him, because we all saw that shit. I just want to watch him fucking... Bucky's not surprised. Bucky's like, I've been saying this shit, motherfucker.
I told you. I knew he was crazy because I'm crazy.
And this is the thing, like, fucking... Sam gave them the shield, and now look what this fucking
shield is what they did with it.
Look at this shield.
Now
I like he's put his back on, he's tightened his straps. What? I'm Captain America. It's like, alright, now. Respect my
This was the moment. This is what it's all been building up to. This is... If you didn't see this coming... I don't know what planet you're from.
No, but I didn't see it coming that, like...
I tell you what, I predicted not only that Walker would go off the rails and violently assault someone,
I
predicted he'd hit him with the shield repeatedly like he did.
I
like,
didn't
that
do
scene played out exactly what I expected to happen.
Yeah, I know that he was gonna do...
I'm surprised by how much blood there was. I'm surprised by the blood, because it's Disney, but...
Yeah, and they don't usually do that shit. But I feel like the blood is especially important there. It's not...
Yeah, I totally saw in my head him raising the shield above his head and, like, just slamming it up and down on someone like that. I
just knew that he was gonna go off on someone. He was probably... Like, he might even kill someone, but I didn't think it was gonna be quite like that shit. But their version was the right way to do it, and it was good.
Yeah, that's...
It's effective.
So that was it. We're all caught up now.
Yeah, we are. There's 2 episodes left, right?
We made it all the way from John Walker gets the shield to John Walker shows why he shouldn't have the shield.
From the fucking wink to whatever you want to call that shit. Jesus. And I was also just surprised at how, like, it's not topical. That's not enough. Like, the fucking shit that we saw in the Baltimore thing with the cops rolling up, like, that shit was topical. This shit was, like, whatever, whatnot. This... having a fucking, like... an American law enforcement person beating an innocent person to death. It's like, alright, I mean, you guys fucking... You got some nuts on you. I'll give you that. And I would have... What I thought they would have done that later. Like, if some time had passed after the... Wait. Oh, you didn't post that just now. That was earlier. You can still hear me, right?
Yes,
Oh,
I'm still here.
I thought your post was earlier. Later. Whatever. I feel bad. That guy's trial that's going on right now. I don't remember his name. But it's a thing. Big thing. I was surprised that Disney, especially Disney being such a big entity and whatnot, were okay with this coming out, like, side by side with that situation. Like I said, I think if there had been a little bit of time separated, I wouldn't have thought, but it's not subtle, and it's so not subtle, and it's so, like, on top of the moment for the other thing that I think you kind of can't help but it inserts itself into the conversation of the other thing. Whereas the other stuff, it was just like showing a different version of the same thing, sort of, that is whatever, and you get that part of it. But
yeah.
But this part, like, dude, this fucking literally Captain America. This dude, like, fucking America head to toe, like, whatever, in a different country, whatever, just mowing down whatever he thinks and doing the law, whatever he wants, in front of anybody, whoever he wants to do it on, regardless of their amount of guilt and shit.
I think
it's you know, it's heavy.
I think it just goes to show they really should have been a little more careful with the psyche valve.
No, dude, yeah, that's because it was. I mean, you know, that's when you said it. We both said it earlier on. Like, this would have come out in a psychological profile. Like, this is not subtle. You can see this coming.
Yeah, the brand of Captain America does come with, like, it. You can't just pick a guy who's good at military missions because Captain America is a military figure. You have to, like, be a. He's a.
I mean, that is the thing, though.
Mascot. It's a PR thing.
Yeah.
On a lot of levels, so you need a guy who's not going to make you look bad and, like, cause a scandal in the fucking public eye.
But on the other hand,
and they totally botched that part of it.
I think I don't think that they would have given him the serum though. The government.
That is the character of John Walker, though. Like, I'm not.
No, yeah. Like, I wasn't surprised by what he did and whatnot, but
the
like
way it goes.
how they put it together and the way they presented it and all of that shit was the stuff that was like, oh shit, and Battlestar too. Like,
yeah, I it's a shame that they had to kill off Battlestar.
But it's effective though. Like, it works, and it's
yeah.
And they did it right because it was Carly that did it, and she didn't.
I mean,
mean
like,
to.
I can't be surprised that he died because again, I compared him to fucking Mocap, and it's like, what do they do when they make a Mortal Kombat thing? They kill Reptile. They kill fucking Melina. They kill whoever they got on the bad guys team that they don't think they need in the sequel.
I don't think that Battlestar is going to come back to life in the next game.
No.
Probably, but
I don't think the plan is for Battlestar to return.
And especially with the way he went out, like, it's a thing. It doesn't feel good. And that's going to be interesting too, because it makes you think, like, because of what John did there after Hopkins was already dead, are people going to assume that maybe or Hoskins, is that his name? Hoskins?
Lamar Hoskins.
Yeah. Like, people might assume, the general public might assume that he had, you know, he's his partner. He's his fucking sidekick. He's whatever. Like, maybe, like, they were both had the same mentality,
like,
and maybe that's why Battlestar died, because they were doing this kind of fighting that was lethal and outside the law, beyond the law, making themselves the law, which could villainize Battlestar, like, post-mortem here, which would be a bummer because that's not how he was, and they made sure that we saw that. Like, no, he tried to de-escalate John.
I mean, I imagine, like, if the government even tries to spin this to save Walker's image, a lot of it will be like, well, they were terrorists and they killed his partner.
And I mean, it's... I don't think it's going to
come out of the wash with Lamar looking bad, because he was just doing his mission.
But was he? Like, we don't have video of that, and he died away from the public.
I mean, we saw the Global Repatriation Council, whatever authority they have internationally, like, Walker works for them. So if he's doing this shit, he's doing it. Like, he's not outside his jurisdiction, because apparently his jurisdiction is bullshit.
It is, like, it is bullshit. I don't think his jurisdiction, though, is like he can kill anyone at any time. And it's also important, I don't think the government would have given him the serum, even if they had it. And I think that's going to be, obviously, an easy way for them to wash their hands clean of the situation.
Well, again, I'm still curious if we will see Thunderbolt Ross at any point in this series. Like, maybe at the very end to recruit Zemo. Who knows?
Yeah, it's a thing.
I'm just saying, like, Ross was previously involved in a super soldier serum project.
No, yeah, I know. He was. I'm just saying, I think that the United States government will absolve themselves of this and use the super soldier serum, and him taking that off the fucking, like, he didn't do that he did that on his own. He didn't do that as their whatever. And that's how they're going to spin it, and they can kind of put it on that if they want. And I mean, that shit happens a lot too. Fucking, oh, this guy was, this guy was on drugs. Oh, well, then it wasn't murder. He was on the super soldier serum, so he was not acting the way that the American government or the Global Repatriation Council or whatever, that was not sanctioned. He was off the reservation, and he wasn't representing us from that shit. I mean, it's not gonna work. That's some bullshit, but, you know. Do you think they would have given it to him?
Right.
The serum? If they had it?
Well, I don't think if they had it, they would be on the level. Because that was Ross's thing. He was technically doing that shit under the table. I don't think there is a legal department of the military that would have the serum.
Officially?
Yeah, no. So I think if, and again, we don't. It's so unclear what part of what organization even gave Walker the shield.
Oh yeah.
Who does bald beard guy who was at the Smithsonian fucking work for? Was he part of the Global Repatriation Council? If they're global, why is it Captain America?
Yeah. Is the global repatriation thing an American-based thing, or is it not?
I would
like
imagine,
a UN
I would
type
imagine
situation.
anything that calls itself the global whatever and has international authority would be run by the UN.
You would assume. But he is obviously Captain America, and they bill him as such everywhere, like fucking taking him out there on the football field. He's Good Morning America. Like, come on, this is America.
Captain America, whatever that program, the fucking super soldier program from Cap 1 became S.H.I.E.L.D., and then S.H.I.E.L.D. disbanded.
Mm-hmm.
So what division of the American military would even be in charge of a Captain America?
A place that has a sentient weapon in the title. And that's why I thought that this could have been a little interesting if it had come out chronologically
these
before.
Things I think could have been tied together a little more, and I'm still curious if we will see a reference. Like again, when Isaiah Bradley was introduced in the comics, that same comic specifically said Cap was what we consider to be Weapon 1 of the Weapon Plus program. The program that created Cap became Weapon X.
Yeah.
So are they going to reference that in the show? And if not, where the fuck is it?
Where's what? The reference? Weapon Plus?
The Weapon Project.
Yeah.
When are they going to say the phrase "the Weapons Plus Project"?
Dude, it's one of those things. They're going to say it eventually. Someone's going to say it somewhere.
I should hope.
I mean, come on. There's no reason not to now, right?
You would think.
But yeah, in WandaVision we had Hayward,
Sword,
and his whole deal was that he hated supers.
Yep.
And man, after seeing this bitch on TV dressed as Captain America doing this shit, that's pretty good fuel for that fire of not liking supers and not trusting supers and all this shit. But that happened first. So that's not the case.
You know what? Zemo would agree.
Well, of course he would, and Zemo's right. Listen, man. I mean, and they
I don't think any stance that is 100% of the time X is bad is necessarily right.
No, that's why they did the thing there. Steve is the exception. Yeah, he was the exception. It's true.
I mean, there are many members of the Avengers who have superpowers who are not, bad.
Yeah, there are. Sorta. But there's ones that are. And you have, like, Wanda, gray characters that cause a lot of things. Fucking Bucky here is one of those kind of gray characters. And there's other ones on the team. But Thor and Hulk both could be put in that category. Certainly Hulk. It's a thing. But one of the easiest things, and they made sure to put it out front and center in this episode, was like the adage of, like, if you want that power, you probably shouldn't have it. And they had the conversation where John and Hoskins both clearly wanted the power, and Falcon didn't. Falcon said, "Hell no, I don't want that shit. I wouldn't take that serum." And that's how it was with Cap. He was the same way. He didn't fucking know. He didn't know what was going on. Whenever they picked him up and threw him in that fucking weird fridge, like, what's a super soldier? I don't know what's going on. I just want to go help. Okay, here you go. Obviously, Bucky didn't want that shit either. He didn't know what was going on. This show has gotten interesting.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I will say, like, every prediction I had for the show was leading up to, like, when and why will John do the bad thing? And then the only prediction I have left is, okay, now Falcon's going to have to defeat him and take the shield back and become Captain America. So I don't know, other than that, what's left to do with these last 2 episodes. I mean, Zemo has gotten away, so that'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
We have the Power Broker.
The Flag Smashers have yet to be caught. Power Broker is still a thing. And we have 2 episodes left. So this is the point where I have no real predictions left. That's all I'm saying. Like, I don't know what's next. Like, I called it as far as, oh, John's going to go crazy and they're going to have to take him down. And now we're to that point.
Well, yeah, I mean, that happened in the comics, though, right?
Yeah,
that was the thing. That's like, you know... If you see an Infinity Gauntlet at any point,
in the comics, it's obviously where things are going when you set up a show where the premise is Sam is to become Cap but doesn't want to, so they give it to somebody else. Obviously, the plot is going to be that somebody else fucks up and Sam has to be Cap.
And man, did he fuck up in a giant way! They just went balls out.
Yeah,
it's good, which I appreciate. It wasn't subtle, and it wasn't, like, clean, or... It was especially violent, considering it's a Marvel thing, and we haven't had that many violent things that are definitely MCU, like... And I'm not counting Netflix stuff, because it wasn't super MCU-y. They reference things sometimes, but... There's differences. That wasn't really in the continuity, strictly. This, though... Yeah.
Well, I'm excited for it. I want to see where it goes.
Too. There's 2 episodes left? That's what it is?
There's 2 episodes left.
Okay. Yeah, we've seen them in, like, promotional shit. Where, like, Sam has the shield, Bucky's with him, Sam and Bucky both have the shield, they go back to Louisiana and they're, like, doing some shit with it.
Yeah, we've seen in the trailer, like, Sam practicing throwing the shield at a tree. And I was surprised. I thought that would be like in the first episode, and then he'd give it up.
Yeah, that's not the way this went. But I mean, this way it works. And boy, I have to imagine, like, with the beginning of the next episode. I cannot imagine John Walker is gonna make it very many steps with that shield in his hand. Because Bucky and Falcon are right fucking there. And we know that they end up with a shield, so I have to imagine that they're gonna fucking take that shit, like, immediately.
Yeah, they're gonna have to beat up John and take it from him.
Boy, it was fun. I'm in there. That's weird calling that fun, but you know what I mean. It was fun. it was good.
Yeah.
Are you liking this as much as you did WandaVision, or is it too soon to tell?
I'm liking it more than WandaVision because it's more action-oriented, which is what I'm into.
Yeah, it's more action-oriented. And there's... I don't know, there's less room for all that other shit, like Mephistos and those sorts of, like, speculation things, and things where plot holes could happen, or unanswered questions. Even though we've talked about it, those were mostly people's own fault for getting so butthurt. This was good, though. I liked it. Do you think the Power Broker is going to be a known character?
Well, the Power Broker, I think, is a Marvel supervillain. I don't know... Let me look that up real quick.
Because there's been plenty of speculation thrown out there that's just whatever. Like, Ross, Norman Osborn. Yeah, no.
Yeah, the Power Broker is just the supervillain name of a guy named Curtis Jackson.
But do you think that they'll keep that and go that way with it?
Well, since he's, like, from Madripoor and shit, I don't necessarily think they will go, oh, the power broker was secretly this guy you already knew all along. I don't think it's going to be fucking Thunderbolt Ross moved to Madripoor. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's going to be fucking Mr. Sinister.
I kind of doubt Mr. Sinister.
Do you? A lot of people say Osborn, Norman Osborn. I've seen some Fisk. It's like, you guys need to chill out. Come on.
No,
don't start
I think the
doing that
Power
shit.
Broker is his own
Stop
character.
That. Don't Mephisto and fucking Sir Ian McKellen's gonna be on here. You what? Stop that. And they don't need it either. This show's good enough without it. I think we did it. Oh, do you want to answer those questions?
Yeah, let's get to the viewer questions.
I don't think we have that many.
Do we still have the ones that we answered last time and then didn't upload?
Do we have them over here? There wasn't that many of them either, so we might as well
delete it, right?
No, they haven't, and there's not that many, so we can do that shit. All right. Questions. Let's do some questions. Where would this fucking start? Up here. Spoilers.
All right, all the way at the beginning. Takahashi asks, what are y'all hoping to see in the show? Now that was an episode 1 question right there.
Yeah, it was. But I mean, and you said it, like, maybe not hoping or whatnot, but you're like, okay, John's gonna flip out and go crazy. That's gonna happen. He's gonna do a big thing. And the other one. What was the other one?
The thing I was hoping to see, that I am still hoping to see, is a reference to the Weapon Plus program.
Weapon Plus, okay. Yeah, dude, I mean, to me it feels like that is, even on WandaVision, like, it feels like that's kind of the direction they're wanting to move. They're wanting to start this sort of a moving plot thread where, like, maybe through the things it's not about Infinity Stones, it's not about this other thing that's going on. It's about more of a focus on creating weapons and soldiers and more of that.
Yeah, like world building these agencies that are responding to the superhero world existing.
Yes, and eventually that will lead us to, Wolverine, obviously, heaven. That was, but yeah, I don't know what I was hoping to see in this show. I was hoping it would be good.
Let's see, so...
Do you have anything else?
Next question we have from the great Kung Lao. Do you want the MCU to keep going forever, or would you rather it have a definitive finale at some point?
I remember that question.
Yes, we answered that on the recording that will never see the light of day.
We did. We answered it.
We had the same my answer was and still is that I would prefer them to just keep going. Like, I think the best way to handle it is the way they have handled it so far, where they give characters like Tony and Steve, individual characters, have definitive endings. But the universe doesn't. It keeps going and introducing new characters to replace the ones that have been retired. And the reason for that is because what happens when you have a definitive ending? Within the next 5 years, they just start all over and reboot and tell stories we've already seen, but with different actors. And I hate that.
Yeah, that's not...
Like, if it were up to me, Michael Keaton would still be Batman. And I know Michael Keaton is going to be playing Batman, supposedly, if that Flash movie ever gets made. He's going to come back. I mean, if it were up to me, fucking Val Kilmer and George Clooney and Christian Bale and Ben Affleck would never have played Batman. It would only be Keaton. I don't like alternate universes. I just want there to be the one version of a thing.
I agree.
I don't want to see the same story I've already seen retold over and over and over again. I get sick of fucking watching Martha's pearls hit the alley's surface. Fucking stop showing me. I've seen Bruce's parents die. I've seen him fight the Joker. I've seen it.
Dude.
And I don't want to see fucking Tony Stark's origin again. I don't want to see the Avengers form for the first time again. I just want them to keep going. Introduce the Young Avengers, and let me watch the Young Avengers grow up to be the Avengers. Because that's the one thing the comics can't do, is ever let anybody move past status quo. And that's why I'm done with comics, and why I like the MCU so much. Because characters actually age and change.
I agree. And I that question weirds me out. That question weirds me out for a lot of reasons. But it's not a bad question. It's just like I don't think of the actual IRL that way either. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird for a whole universe to have one definitive ending that kind of I don't know.
how the world. That's why I don't like that comics are stuck in a status quo, because that's not how the real world works. In the real world, people get older and they die, and it doesn't mean the world ends because there's more people.
Yeah, it's how
new
shit works.
Folks get born every generation to replace the previous generations. That's how the world is.
And in the context of stories and of movies and of all of this shit, you get something whenever you don't do that. Whenever you do, like what we're talking about, reboots, and you restart all the time. I've talked about it, I've bitched about it, I've whined about it, to the ends of the earth. Fucking Warner Brothers keeps rebooting Batman.
Yeah.
Right when he gets to the point of doing Robin, it's like, nope, start over again. And
yeah,
it's like,
we'll never get Dick Grayson, and if we do, we'll never get to see him become Nightwing, because that would mean having Dick Grayson in a thing for more than one episode of the thing.
And people we'll talk about man, the MCU is really getting to a point though where it's hard to jump in, right? And and they're talking about that's a problem, and maybe it's not. It's like, listen, I've had the rest of my fucking life filled with movies that can be one-offs and stay on their own, and they don't get to utilize enjoyably continuity and consequences. And I get that in the MCU, and no, that's not a bad thing.
If the MCU were about DC, we'd be on Tim Drake by now. And that's what I want.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. We have stuff in the MCU that we don't even have in the comics, and you talk about that a lot, and that's really
that's
fun.
what I love. That's what's great. My favorite comic book is and this is relevant because it's just got a cartoon series started recently, is Invincible by Robert Kirkman. And because Invincible is an indie book and he can do whatever he wants, the characters age and get married and have kids, and eventually the story has an ending. My favorite version of Spider-Man? My favorite version of Spider-Man is the book Spider-Girl by Tom DeFalco. Because Peter is an older guy and his daughter Mayday has replaced him. Because it's a story about what if Spider-Man actually got to move forward.
I remember that daughter of his that was in Old Man Logan, but that was weird.
Yeah, that was weird. That doesn't... Mayday is the only good Spider-Man kid. Let's be clear about that.
Alright. Man, yeah, just... That really, kind of breaks my brain whenever I do hear people being I'm kind of over Marvel, or I've had fatigue. They need to, it's too hard to jump into. I'm trying to the Marvel thing goes.
If people are going, the MCU is getting too hard to get into. It's
no,
I know there's a lot of movies.
It's really not.
But it only takes 2 hours to watch a movie.
And
what are you allergic to watching things from the year 2008?
It's also a weird.
Do you know how many movies I've seen in my life? I've seen a lot of fucking movies. Most of them aren't connected, but I've still seen hundreds of movies.
And that's what I was gonna say. Yes,
you have the time. Nobody's stopping you from just watching a few movies, and you don't even have to watch them all. If all you want to know about is Captain America, then you only need to watch 6 films.
And if you don't like it, fine. Like, you have a billion other movies from the history of fucking film in general that didn't do it in such like a big
And
concentrated
by the
way.
way, the comments are going to say you need to watch 7 films. No, you don't. You can skip Age of Ultron.
Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah. They cover the important parts of that movie and like catch it up and like little things here and there. Really, but yeah, I mean, Wanda's cool. She looks good in that movie.
Yeah, but if all you want to know is Captain America stuff, so you can watch this show, then you only need to watch 3 Captain America movies, and Avengers 1, Avengers Infinity War, and Avengers Endgame. That's 6 films is not hard.
And
like,
if you don't want to, cool, fuck off. Like, it doesn't matter.
Nobody's forcing you.
Yeah, if you want a story that's easy, a story or a movie or whatever that's more easily to digest, all the other ones, all of them.
The other thing that sort of bothers me about people saying anything is hard to get into is, motherfucker, you grew up in a generation that has Wikipedia.
Look,
like,
man.
literally every generation that's been around before you that didn't have the internet was able to just watch movies and know what happens in them and not whine. But now that we have the ability to look things up and like read the plot of a film in 5 minutes and not even have to watch the film, suddenly people are whiny about not knowing what happens in a thing.
It's too long.
Like, oh, I have to watch so many movies. No, you fucking don't. You have the internet.
Too much entertainment. Make it shorter. Shut up. Whatever. Anyway, no, I don't want the MCU to end. But the characters can end. And boy, is this show a really good example of what you get whenever you use that well.
Yeah, like, if the MCU ended and rebooted and started over, you wouldn't get fucking Battlestar.
You wouldn't get Battlestar, and you wouldn't feel that shit that you feel when John Walker winks at the camera, and then, boy, what you feel whenever he does the shit he did in this episode.
Yeah, like, continuity is what makes stories matter. It's what makes anybody give a fuck. That's why nobody reads DC Comics anymore. They've rebooted too many times. They've literally sucked all the reason for the readers to give a shit out of the characters.
It's you know, listen, I mean, like, I've said it plenty. I'm not the biggest DC fan in the world. I don't dislike DC. There's some DC shit that I really like and get overly hype about, Robin.
I mean, personally, I grew up more a DC guy than a Marvel guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I love the characters of DC Comics.
Yeah.
I can't read the comics version of DC anymore because there's no reason to. Because anything you get invested in will be removed in 5 years.
But it also sucks because you don't have movies to go to either for DC.
Right, no, there's literally nothing anymore.
So
like,
it's like,
if I want to enjoy fucking Batman, Superman, Green Lantern, my only option is to watch reruns of JOU.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's but still, like, even though I'm not like I grew up a Marvel fan, I was always like a Marvel kid, and that was just the way it was for some reason. But man, especially now that the MCU's came out, when it's dark and it's all alone, sometimes I think, what if the MCU made a Robin thing? How would they do it? How would, like, you just see that in this other thing where shit could matter, and they could have a cool looking outfit, and they wouldn't have spears, and, you know, it's
well,
cool,
that's why I'm looking forward to the Young Avengers, because they're basically Marvel's Robins.
Well, yes, but I want to see Robin. I want Robin. I want, like, the guys too. Like, it's not the, you know.
Well, Bucky Barnes is very much Marvel's Dick Grayson. Like, the Winter Soldier is Nightwing.
I mean, the Winter Soldier is a lot
except
of Jason Todd.
Nightwing were, like, dark and had a really tragic backstory.
Jason Todd and Bucky, like, had almost the exact same stories where it was weird that shit was going on.
Jason and Bucky came back at the same time, and very similar stories happened simultaneously, and everybody was like, I can't tell if Judd Winnick is copying Ed Brubaker or if Ed Brubaker's copying Judd Winnick.
It was weird. But yeah, no, dude, it'll be so sick to see a fucking Robin thing done well. Nightwing in the MCU, but then I just like, don't think about it because it's not gonna happen, and I don't want to think about it. God,
you know, there's always that live-action Titans TV show.
Dude, there's not. It's not always. It's hella not always. That's the everything.
I know, that's the joke. That's the joke.
I know. That is the thing that I see that makes me do the thing that I said. But it's like, yeah, but what if Kevin Feige made a Robin thing?
Well, you know, there's a reason that I have said that, like,
he wouldn't say fuck Batman.
If I had the power to decide what the next MCU project would be, it would be Squadron Supreme.
Yeah.
Because I'm tired of DC not doing the things I want, so just like Marvel, just do DC's characters for them, please.
Just do it.
Just get Henry Cavill to play Hyperion and do the Squadron Supreme.
I'm there. I'll buy my tickets right now. Fandango. I think we answered that question.
Yes, that question thoroughly. So, Great Kung Lao also asked, villains are the weakest part of the show so far. Do you think Flag Smashers is all we will get? And I think we've already kind of said that we expect before the end of episode 6 that the true villain will either be Power Broker or Zemo. You know, Zemo has now run away from the group.
Yeah,
he's on his own now. They might have to fight him and take him down.
But what is he gonna do?
Well,
that's the thing. Like, you know what his MO is. So, what really bad thing could he do? Kill Carly? I was wanting him to do. I was cheering in this episode. I wish.
Yeah, like if he did that, that would not be like that would not exactly turn you against him.
No, like I dude, he was doing the fucking shuffle on those super soldier things. I was happy.
I think so. Here's the thing. I think on a certain level, John Walker is a villain at this point.
Yeah,
like
yeah, absolutely.
Falcon's going to have to fight him to take the shield from him.
That's what I was gonna say. I think
so. I mean, he's not. You know, he's not 100% a bad person, but he is an antagonist.
He is an antagonist.
He is. Sam Wilson is going to have to fight and defeat him.
So, I mean, and that's why that question hit me a little odd, because it's like villains are the weakest part. But if you're just looking at it as the Flag Smashers,
if you only
then yeah,
Carly and her group as the villains at this point,
they're bitches. They're punks.
They are pretty weak. But I mean, the show also has Zemo and whoever. Like, Power Broker's fucking coming. They have not been like coy about like, give me my serum back or I will come and get you.
But like since episode, yeah, they're not playing around and they're mobile. They're coming. They're like on the heels of. They're like right outside the frame of every episode so far. Like they're catched up. They're gonna be here. Since the first episode though, yeah, I was like, John Walker is the antagonist. Like it's not the Flag Smashers. Like this is the thing here. And boy, is it really the thing now. Like this is what the villain thing is, and villains are not the weakest part of this show.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question.
The Flag Smashers are the weakest part of the show, but they're not the only villains.
Yes.
So the villains are not the weakest part of the show.
Right. Was there more? Oh, that take. What is it? Uzumaki? He says later on that he hadn't seen it, which is like, dude, are you gonna watch this show without having seen it? Are you gonna watch our video here, dude? Watch the show. You should watch it.
You know what? There may be people who will listen to our commentary without seeing the thing, just because, like, they like listening to us talk. You know, they're part of our fan base, and it's that parasocial relationship thing.
That I'm glad you guys enjoy it that much, because
yeah, if you've
even occurred to me.
Listening to the sound of my voice, I'm flattered.
That seems so outside of whatever I've never even thought about, but that's the case.
You know, there are people who leave comments about how they don't like the sounds of our voices, and I'm like, yeah, but you sat through 2.5 hours of me.
At least. Boy. Yeah, but recently there's been talks about all the political and social justice aspects of the show have been turning people off. What's your take on this? I talked a little bit about it, but
the people,
you talk about it.
The people who will say that they are turned off by the political and social aspects of a thing are usually people, like, if you're seeing people say that, you're probably looking at posts on 4chan. In which case, my advice to you is that nobody goes to 4chan
Yeah, those aren't people.
Looking for a healthy social interaction. 4chan is a place for people who have something wrong with them to find each other and then make each other worse.
And more importantly, they don't represent any actual people that have a group, a demographic that have an impact on this show's success one way or the other later on that one should be discussing broadly.
Right, no, there's really not enough of them for it to matter what they think.
I have not heard anyone say that. They may be saying it because I have not heard that much about this show. I haven't been listening to that much shit.
What it doesn't pick a show. Like, close your eyes and point at a TV show on a list, and I promise you somebody out there is complaining about something in that show and saying that it's for a political reason that they disagree with. But that doesn't mean it matters.
And no, it doesn't. No, that's definitely true. It's a misconception. It happens a lot. Just because someone says it doesn't mean that it matters. This, I can see some people looking at this, especially after this episode comes out, and being like, having one of those attitudes. It's like, I could come to this for escapism and get away from love. It's like, if you're coming to this, which is so clearly and definitively a sequel to Winter Soldier and Civil War, and it's the next one there, like, intentionally, this had the same vibe and feel through. These have always been political thrillers, and they've had topical things going on in each and every one of them.
Yeah,
very much so.
And, like, are you gonna watch that scene where the cops pull up in Baltimore and, like, complain that wouldn't really happen?
Yeah, and if you do that...
Come on!
I don't want to turn this on and see fucking... justice. I don't know, dude. It's weird. Those people, no. But
look, I only have a problem with something that has, like, where it's trying to make a political statement and it feels out of place to me. When it feels out of place, when it feels forced and doesn't fit the scenario, and is, like, ham-handed. That is not the case with anything in this show. If anything, this show's political themes have been subtle.
Yeah.
They've been tastefully done. And it's not trying to shove something that I should believe, that the writers think I should believe, down my throat.
I mean...
So any clickbait articles or people on message boards whining about it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, that's not a fucking thing.
That's all just background radiation. That's fucking noise.
This episode, I talked about. I do think this episode is surprisingly politically charged and time placed. Both of those two things together, I think, make it pretty effective. And it's not a subtle thing whenever you have America, like a fucking allegory America dude dressed there in every fucking red, white, and blue. Fucking, he has a gun on his hip, and he's killed an innocent dude in the middle of everybody standing around him.
Well, I wouldn't call the dude innocent, but certainly not deserving.
He did say that he didn't kill any. He was
he's not the one who killed Lamar.
And he's guilty by association, but most of those people didn't want to blow up that building, and they wouldn't have wanted to kill.
No, that was Carly acting alone when the building was blown up. And he's not the one who killed Lamar.
No, he was not in that fight at all. He was not in that fight that was going on back there. That dude just ran.
No, certainly the guy who John killed has done nothing worthy of death. He has done at the most, like, he's an accomplice to some crimes, and he was involved in some theft.
Yes,
which is jail time. It's not fucking...
And that too is also
chop a guy's head off with the fucking shield time.
that's part of the thing that is politically charged about this thing, though, is doing that to someone who obviously, like, yeah, he had a small crime with the fucking theft worth that. No, it was absolutely not. It's a thing. This episode may turn people out. It may not be for everyone. I'll put it that way. And that's okay. And I thought it was heavy, and it was heavy.
I mean, if you
But it
didn't
was
see
also...
this coming, though.
Yeah.
If you didn't see this coming, I don't know what rock you live under.
That's kind of the thing that also balances out, is like, this. I think the presentation was more forceful and surprising than I was expecting, but I wasn't surprised by the events.
When people out there complained that they felt in WandaVision Hayward turned into a cartoonish bad guy too suddenly, like when they felt they were being forced to politically disagree with this government agency man, whereas they actually agreed with him that, you know, because Wanda does do bad things in that show and kind of gets away with it.
Yeah.
I can see those arguments. I can agree with that. But if you complain about a single fucking thing in this show as arguing that it's forcing a political belief you don't agree with down your throat, I don't know what you're talking about. That's where my stance is. Everything political in this show is handled tastefully and makes sense.
It's not it's not a lot of times you can tell, like, the fucking plot and the people driving it will drive around town to get to a fucking way they can make a reference to something. It has nothing to do with this. Is not that. This was absolutely relevant. Like, this shit happens. This was as like I said before, you see an Infinity Gauntlet, you're gonna snap it. You have John Walker, this is what this character's here to do. This is the story he's here to tell. So it's not surprising or new or whatever, but it was Jesus.
And again, it's not like they wrote Walker to be like, oh, he's a racist, ignorant redneck guy.
No, I think they handled him very well, actually. I was
they
surprised.
absolutely could have written him like that, and it would be not unexpected. But they made him a decent guy who just couldn't handle the pressure. I mean, there is a bit in the fight with the Dora Milaje where he turns kind of ignorant, but it fit the moment. Like, he's not a cartoon man.
But he is ignorant. That's definitely true. And his biggest problem is being ignorant of what made Steve a great Captain America and a great person in general, because he didn't know Steve, and it wasn't the suit or his accomplishments in battle that did it. And I also really like that this episode, this episode is, especially, but this show is doing a good job of being like, damn, Steve Rogers was a good guy. We lucked out, man. That guy was fucking amazing. Jesus. Do you think that, I felt it a little bit in WandaVision, and I'm feeling it this show more than a little bit. Do you think that they get to push things a little bit further than they did with the movies? As far as...
In terms of, like... What, like, because there was all the blood? Is that...
Well, that... And in this show, it was that. Like, that, I feel... Yes, that was something that was surprising, and I wasn't expecting, just because I've been primed by the movies to not expect that much of that stuff.
I do think they would not have been quite so, violent in the, in that moment if it were a big theatrical release. I think they'd be more like, no, we have to, like, make something that is for everybody because people are going to be taking their kids to it. Like, I think with TV you can get away with more.
Yeah, it's true. Like, fucking movies are like, there's a different thing, and they're more like, this 2 hours right here has to make all this money, and you have to pack it in, and every little minute of this 2-hour package has to be buffed.
That's really what it's all about, is like trying to get the biggest audience possible and not offend anybody, because you want as much money at the box office as you can get.
But
with TV, like streaming,
yeah, it's a thing.
Like, the money you make is not even directly related to one single show. It's about getting people to buy the channel, so you can do a lot more of who gives a fuck about the content of individual shows.
But the thing that makes it really cool, it makes me, like, think about it and wonder if it is a question, is, like, it's not gratuitous. It is not gratuitous.
It definitely, like, the amount of blood, like, was appropriate and necessary to get across how shocking a moment it needed to be.
And I mean, and you pointed out with, like, with Hoskins, with Battlestar. Like, if this was a Zack Snyder shit, there would be like a big blood splatter on that pillar and, like, all this bullshit. Like, none of that was there. Like, it wasn't over the top. It wasn't gratuitous and shit. But that kill was from Cap here.
Yeah, no, like that's the moment where it needs to be.
Yes.
So like, because like the impact of Walker standing in the middle of a giant crowd, and they're all like, "Oh, this is the worst PR you could imagine." Like you need a big blood stain on the shield for that moment to really sell.
And it's fucking. It's the shield, man. It's kind of a blunt thing. That's not a sharp edge.
Like it's all symbolic. Like the whole thing is like now the shield itself has been tainted because Sam gave it away and it went into the wrong person's hands. Now there's literally a stain on the symbol of the shield itself.
It is quite literal. There's the thing there. There's a little bit of Spider-Man going on here. You know, he passed that thing along, and so at least a little bit of the blame is on Sam, and he's got to sit with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that we answered that question.
Right.
I don't know who those people are anyway, but whatever.
I don't like it's.
I'm not saying you're
the
wrong.
Kind of people who complain about that kind of stuff can only be found in specific holes in the ground. And if you're in one of those holes, you've made a mistake.
I mean, I live in a different hole. Like some holes, you know, it depends on your hole. I definitely live one of these holes in the ground, and it's
and like,
fine,
look,
yeah.
obviously, the reason I can say stuff about like, oh, those people are on 4chan and 4chan is horrible and you shouldn't be there. Look, it's because I've been to 4chan. There was a time in my life where I had
4chan.
Too much free time and went down the wrong rabbit hole and was around a whole bunch of people who made me unhappy and made my life worse. Like, if you want to feel decent, don't go there. Don't talk to those people. They'll just drag you down into the bad mood that they are living in 24/7.
Yeah.
It's for your mental health. You have to learn to not post on 4chan.
There's commiseration, and then there's something else.
It's literally it's a community that exists because misery loves company. It's a place for mental illness to wallow and get worse instead of better. And I know that because I've been there. It's like Bucky said, I know crazy because I am crazy.
Yeah, it's a thing. Was that the last actual question, or was there another one? I can't.
That was the last actual question.
Okay.
We didn't have a whole lot of them.
I don't think Isaiah and the cop scenes were anywhere near overly politically
No,
charged.
none of that was fucking gratuitous or forced. It was made perfect fucking sense.
Or
and also, like everything about
exaggerated.
Isaiah is from the comics.
That is an important thing, and that's something that fucking happens so goddamn often. Like these shows are getting too. No, they didn't. They did it a billion years ago in the comics. The comics were too politically charged. What are you talking about? They're just doing what happened. But they don't. They didn't read the comics. They're just
Like the Isaiah Bradley book came out in like the early to mid 2000s. It's been a long goddamn time.
That was tight. He had that mask, kind of like a Iron Fist mask.
It was like a bandana.
It was like that shirt. It was kind of cool. Okay, we did it. We watched all that shit. We fucking answered all the questions, and I don't think there was anything else. Was there?
I'm pretty sure that was it.
Okay. We're gonna do the next episode in the normal way. I swear to God.
Yeah. The next episode, we're gonna do them one at a time, like a normal person.
Both of them.
Now that we're all caught up.
And unfortunately, now there's gonna be a lull. There's like a month.
There's gonna be a gap before Loki.
Loki. I saw that last trailer for Loki, and it's looking better. I didn't think it looked bad.
No, I think it looks as good as it looked, because I was already excited. I mean,
I mean, come on. You hear me talking about Thor? Dude. Thor's fucking whatever.
It is worth noticing that between the end of WandaVision and now, they did announce Black Widow getting a release date for Disney Plus. Like they finally gave in to COVID, and they're not holding that movie back anymore. It's coming out in July.
And that's why there is a lull. Like, it was going to be in theaters, but it was going to be in that middle area, right? Between...
Yeah, it was going to be like... It was going to get a theatrical release in May, and... Like, dude...
Yeah, it's... Just do it!
May is too soon. Not everybody's, ready to go to the theater yet.
Just pull the goddamn trigger, you guys. Like, we get it, it's not ideal, it's the opposite, but it's okay.
Look, I know theaters are open, and there is limited stuff, like, Godzilla vs. Kong has some, like, theater numbers.
Does it?
I am not comfortable sitting in a crowd yet. I mean, even with the, I know what a lot of theaters are doing is they're like every other row is open, like they're limiting how many people go to a single showing, which means they sell out a lot faster too. I don't want to go to all that trouble. I don't want to wear my mask for 2 hours.
But it's also there's no real incentive to do it. Because you can watch it in great quality at home.
I don't need to go to Godzilla vs. Kong in a theater. Yeah, I have access to it right now on HBO.
And it's not like butt cam quality or anything, dude. It's like legit movie.
No, it's there. It's 1080p.
I watched that shit. That movie was...
You know what? That's a great movie. I would recommend Godzilla vs. Kong.
I would not disrecommend it, but
8 out of 10 IGN Game of the Year.
Just go in there and have fun with it. If you're gonna do that, then you're good. If you go in there not doing that, you're gonna be talking about it for a long time.
I thought it was sick. They minimized the human interactions. It's all like there's no shaky cam. You just get to see
there's some
logic.
There's some things. Godzilla fucking blowing a hole down into the place you go to in a wormhole.
Yeah. Like Godzilla drills to the center of the earth with his mouth beam. With his fucking atomic breath.
And the other people went through a wormhole to get there.
Yeah, that was weird. I was a little confused why flying to the center of the earth involves passing through a magic neon hole.
And it's like the magic neon hole wormhole.
The fucking portal. I don't know.
Yeah, it was what made it plausible that there's sun down here and light. It's like, okay, so we just went through the thing that's another weird area of space and time. This isn't our normal place. But then there's a sunroof that is our place.
Well, that's the thing that I love about Godzilla vs. Kong is it's no longer trying to like take the Japanese movies and make them gritty and realistic.
Oh no,
it's literally just do what the Japanese movies do. Because I fucking hate Godzilla 2014. That movie made me angry. For multiple reasons.
It was obvious they were having fun, and like if you're gonna do, it's fine if you want to just go and have fun. The thing you can make it, you can do that, and it's fine if Godzilla blows a hole into another dimension. It's okay.
I'm good with it.
It's fine. It's fine if Ghidorah's skull, for some reason, communicates telepathically with the robot you built.
No, look, Mechagodzilla being possessed by the ghost of another kaiju is totally Japanese shit. That's the classics, man. That's what they do.
It gets really weird, though, whenever you have the dude in the Matrix seat, and then it's gonna work.
I like it.
And then it
I'm
doesn't
all about
work.
it.
And, listen. It's okay, because King Kong had Stormbreaker in that movie. And so, it was all good. Like, it's like, alright.
Alright, well, now we're spoiling a completely non-MCU related thing in our MCU review, so you get, that's a little bonus for everybody.
That is a bonus for everybody. I did want to ask, okay, since Black Widow's coming out and on Disney Plus, should we do one of these for Black Widow?
Yeah. Why not?
I mean, it is a Disney Plus thing.
I don't know what I'll have better to do in July.
I mean, it is watching a movie. It's like way shorter than any of these things are. So it'll be compact. And another super soldier, dude.
I'm looking forward to Taskmaster and fucking Dave. I love David Harbour in Stranger Things.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see him as Red Guardian.
He looks fun as Red Guardian. Yeah.
I feel bad about him for being in that fucking Hellboy movie.
Well, you know, listen. He's bouncing back with the Marvel movie, and yeah, that Marvel movie has been through the ringer just because of COVID.
Yeah. I mean, he's got plenty of success in his career. It's not like that was going to kill him. But that Hellboy movie was bad, and he had to wear a lot of makeup for it and go to a lot of trouble. I just feel bad for him that he had to be in there.
He'll be all right. He's coming through it, dude.
Because I'm sure he didn't know it was going to suck when he signed up for it.
No, I'm sure he hoped for the best.
But I have heard that he was unhappy on set because he realized it was sucking.
That's a thing that happens, dude. Boy, can you imagine Ben Affleck?
Well, Affleck has always compounded his problems on movies with personal issues. You know, he's always going through a divorce or needs to go back into rehab because he's drinking again.
But you don't need any of that shit to have a fucking a disillusion with reality and hope and life and love.
You do not need that. He just really likes to pile it on.
When you're playing that Batman with Zack Snyder writing it, doing those things. Anyway, yeah, tune in next week and we'll watch another fucking episode of
we're gonna watch episode 5.
Captain America. It's gonna be tight.
We're gonna see what happens, the aftermath of the John Walker's freak out.
What?
It's gonna be great.
What are you looking at?
It's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be fun. Bye, everybody.
See you later, nerds.
Do you think Zima's gonna come back, or do you think we're done with him?
I hope so.
You hope he comes back?
Yeah.
Well, of course, I hope he comes back. But like, you think
the more Zemo, the better.
but we could also see him that's his exit. It could be.
We said goodbye, right? We're done.
Yeah, we're done.